Welcome to Believe It or Not, Evidence and Ethical Considerations for SLPs. This is one of my favorite topics. My name is Liz Serpentine, and I am a educational consultant at the Patent East office. I work on our speech and language initiative, on our autism initiative, and our learning engagement and environment initiative, which used to be known as the behavior initiative. So just again, for anyone coming into the room, I'm going to drop a link to the Padlet, the parking lot. You will have access to this throughout the day. And we have a few more people coming in. So while they're coming in and getting started, I will be using Mentimeter today. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to get this Mentimeter started, if it will let me. There we go. So if you wouldn't mind joining this Mentimeter and just taking a minute to share your professional role. Actually, a lot of people answering the chat, so I'm going to let this one go. All right. Oh, there we go. All right. Look at all the SLPs in here. Elementaries, a couple special ed teachers. That's great to see. Okay, some administrators, assistive tech specialists. Those work clouds get pretty full pretty quickly, so kind of hard to see it all. Okay. All right, so I do need to start by wishing all the SLPs here today a happy National Speech Language Hearing Month. I know we're already halfway there. This is actually a picture from a LinkedIn post from the National Center for Systemic Improvement. I just really liked it because it had the colors of National Speech Language Hearing Month. And I hope you all know how much the Patent Speech Initiative appreciates all the work you do, and we all recognize the impact that you're having on the lives of our Pennsylvania students. Okay. All right, sorry, I'm going back and forth, just making sure we have almost everybody in. I'm going to give you my disclosure information. So I am a consultant at the Patent East office, so I'm not receiving any additional compensation for presenting this today. In terms of non-financial disclosures, I do hold a doctorate from Penn State in Communication Sciences and Disorders. I did my master's work there, and I can't not mention my undergrad, University of Connecticut, because I love my Huskies. I have a CCC from ASHA. I do hold a state license in speech pathology in Pennsylvania. I have a supervisory certification, special education in Pennsylvania, level 2 teaching certificate in speech and language in Pennsylvania. And I also work as an adjunct at St. Joe's University in Philadelphia and Baylor in Texas. Okay, so just some general information for you. The QR code that's up on the screen is for the Padlet. So again, I'll drop that link in the chat if that's easier. There's also a parking lot for questions, which I'm going to be using today. There are over 500 people registered. And because it's the end of the school year, we have a lot of busy educational consultants. So I have a couple of people from Patent on, Chris Cherney, Molly Zimmerman, Jamie Baker to help, but I have a feeling it's going to be really rough for me to monitor chat today. So I would really appreciate it if you would use that parking lot for questions. Oh, Jessica Hoover's direct message me, go Huskies. She's wearing her UConn shirt. I love it. So if you wouldn't mind using the parking lot for questions, that would really be helpful. I promise that I will answer all of them. If I can't get to them live today, I will absolutely answer all of them. In the Schoology handouts folder, there is also a previously asked questions document. So we've run this course twice before on Schoology. So I took all of our frequently asked questions that have been submitted, and those are answered and available for you. So you can take a look through there in case any of your questions might already be answered. And we will be using Mentimeter a lot today, so you might want to have your phones nearby to participate. Hopefully I can get it up and running the way it's supposed to. We'll see about that. And then I will tell you up front, I am not planning to do breakout groups today with this many people online and just there's just not, I'm afraid I'm going to lose people going back and forth. So I tried to build in some activities and some individual work and reflection time. So we'll be doing that instead today. Okay. All right, and then just so you have an idea of our general agenda, I put up the breaks today. So we'll have a break at 10:25. We'll do lunch at 11:45. In the afternoon, you can take your breaks as needed because I don't have one built in. That's because we want to make sure everyone's getting all of their ASHA credit. And then we will do the wrap up and the survey code right around 3 to 3:10. Okay, so just a quick review of our objectives today. I'm hoping by the end of the day, you will be able to explain the 3 reasons why SLPs really do need to use evidence-based practice in both assessment and intervention, to describe the practices or to describe what makes a practice scientific versus pseudoscientific, identify and explain the steps of our evidence-based practice process, hopefully be able to assign levels of evidence to sources of information. Most of us learn that in graduate school, but a refresher is always helpful. And to describe collaborative team processes to pursue when you're presented with pseudoscientific requests, which is a common occurrence for SLPs, unfortunately. Okay, so to get us started, I'm going to go ahead and start this timer. I'd like you to just think about your own definition of evidence-based practice and what do you think it involves, and just take a minute, jot it down. I'd really just like you to put some thoughts on paper about what you think evidence-based practice is. Okay. All right, so I appreciate you doing that. I always think it's helpful to reflect first. So now that you wrote down your definition, we'll talk about evidence-based practice and how it started. So it began as a movement in the medical field and was known as evidence-based medicine initially. Common definition for evidence-based medicine proposes that it's a process that involves the best current evidence, clinical expertise, and patient choice. So that definition was put forth by Sackett and his colleagues in 1996. And it's very similar to the definition that ASHA uses today. So ASHA defines evidence-based practice as the integration of clinical expertise or expert opinion, evidence, which includes both internal and external, and the client and caregiver perspective. On this slide, you can read the ASHA definitions of the 3 components of evidence-based practice. So clinical expertise is the knowledge and judgment and critical reasoning acquired through your training and professional experience. External evidence is the best available information gathered from scientific literature. Your internal evidence is the data and observations that you collect on your individual clients. So just as important as our external evidence. And then the client and caregiver perspective includes the unique set of personal and cultural circumstances, values, priorities, their expectations that are identified by the client and their caregivers. Now, researchers took that definition of evidence-based medicine and really extended it. So Reichow and Volkmar described evidence-based practice as a multi-step process that has these 5 steps. So as an SLP, we would first formulate a question at the level of the individual or population of concern that relates to whatever it is we are trying to achieve. So a lot of us learned to do the PICO method when we were in graduate school. We'll talk a little bit more about that today. Second, SLPs need to search and find evidence that relates to the question. We need to critically appraise that evidence obtained from the evidence search. We need to consider the results of the appraisal and make a decision for moving forward. And then we need to monitor the success or failure of that practice, of the practice that we choose to implement. In other words, we need to collect data. So this is a diagram that ASHA provides that outlines several of the steps that were described on the previous slide. It just doesn't include that last monitoring piece. So ASHA describes evidence-based practice process as framing your clinical question, gathering your evidence, assessing it, and then making your clinical decision. I don't know if anyone has done a deep dive into any of this on ASHA's website, but in your, quote unquote free time as we hit the end of the school year, this is a link that might be, well, it's not might be worth exploring. It is worth exploring when you have the time. ASHA actually gives us a lot of materials. So I'm just going to click on this and just show you what it is here. So ASHA has a whole page on evidence-based practice that links to so much other information. And I'm just going to scroll to the bottom here. Because what it has is just these great resources. They have the evidence-based process, which describes steps to initiate and implement evidence-based practice. They have an entire toolkit that you can access with resources. You can use the evidence maps. I use those all the time. They have an evidence-based catalog, which has some blogs and articles and other documents about the why and how. Then they have definitions under their glossary, and then they have a whole list of tutorials. So we don't have time to go through all this today, but it's definitely worth your knowing about and accessing when you have time in the future. Okay. It's really important that SLPs understand why we need to know about evidence-based practice. There's three main reasons here. It's not an all-inclusive list, but these are the three reasons that we need to know EBP. First and foremost, it's federal and state law. So we are required to use evidence-based practice in school settings. Second, using evidence-based practice helps SLPs to practice within our ASHA and state codes of ethics. Third, there are a significant number of pseudoscientific interventions applied to populations with whom we work. So it's really important that we know how to identify the difference between science and pseudoscience in order to help our students make meaningful progress. And using the evidence-based practice process helps us to avoid the pseudoscience. So I do have to go through the law part. I know it's not the most exciting, and I know a lot of you know the law already, but there's two federal laws that require the use of evidence-based practice. So the first one is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. And then we have the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. In Pennsylvania, we also have Chapter 14, and that's our state level law that mandates the use of evidence-based practice. Oops, okay. So legislation and judicial decisions really have shaped our current practices in evidence-based practice in schools. If we consider IDEA, which has been reauthorized in 1990, 1997, 2004. It's a federal special education law, which ensures that all students with disabilities receive a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. And IDEA governs how states and public agencies provide early intervention, special education, and related services to students with disabilities. So the most recent reauthorization of IDEA was in 2004, and it was officially called the Individuals with Disabilities Education Improvement Act, but we commonly refer to it as IDEA 2004. So in 2004, new language was included to ensure that children with disabilities are taught by highly qualified teachers and receive instruction that's backed by scientifically based evidence. So in green here, you can see some of the specific wording changes that really require us to use evidence-based practice. So the green highlights the changes and additions from the 2004 reauthorization. So under the findings and purposes section, IDEA 2004 includes supporting high quality, intensive pre-service preparation, professional development for all personnel who work with children with disabilities to ensure that personnel have the skills and knowledge necessary to improve academic achievement, functional performance of children with disabilities, including the use of scientifically based instruction practices to the maximum extent possible. So we are absolutely required to use scientifically based practice, evidence-based practice, as much as we possibly can. Also, under the area of findings and purposes, providing incentives for whole school approaches. So that includes scientifically based early reading programs, positive behavioral interventions and supports, and early intervening services, and to reduce the need to label children as disabled in order to address the learning and behavioral needs of such children. We move over to the IEP section of IDEA. IEPs must include statements of special education related services and supplementary aids and services based on peer-reviewed research. So in order to act, and that's in order to address the learning and behavioral needs of children. So everything we put down in those sections is supposed to be based on peer-reviewed research. Also includes this, they must include a statement of the special education related services and supplementary aids and services based on peer-reviewed research to the extent practicable to be provided to the child or on behalf of the child, and a statement of program modifications or supports for school personnel that will be provided for the child. So there's a whole bunch of things in IDEA that we need to consider for EBP. The Every Student Succeed Act applies to all students, so general education students included, as opposed to IDEA, which really covers our students with disabilities. ESSA began as the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and was signed into law in 1965. And the purpose at that time was to address inequality of educational opportunity for underprivileged children. It was reauthorized and renamed No Child Left Behind 2002. And at that time, schools were called to use scientifically based research as the basis for educational programs and interventions. And then in 2015, No Child Left Behind was reauthorized and renamed the Every Student Succeeds Act, and the terminology shifted to evidence-based interventions and introduced 4 different tiers of evidence. So ESSA describes evidence tiers as being strong, moderate, promising, and demonstrating a rationale. And then in Pennsylvania, we have Chapter 14. So many educators might not be aware that some states have additional regulatory requirements that go beyond IDEA. As part of the responsibilities under IDEA, Pennsylvania must issue state rules and regulations that provide guidance on how to implement IDEA in the state. And that means at a minimum, we have to provide the same protections that are in IDEA. But it's critical that educators are familiar with their state special ed regulations because sometimes they can contain additional requirements. So for example, at the federal level, IDEA, transition is required to begin at the age of 16. But in Pennsylvania, we start at 14. So again, just an important reason to know your state regulations. And then the special education regulations in Pennsylvania are found under the 22 PA Code Chapter 14 for school districts, and then Chapter 711 for charter schools. And then this is a link. I'm not going to open this one. It's also in the additional resources section of our Padlet and Schoology course section. This is a side-by-side quick reference of Chapter 14 in IDEA. So Chapter 14 also requires scientifically based instruction in educational settings. But if you open this, you'll see that it's a comparison of the two. So it's just a nice resource. All right, let's see if I can start this for everybody. So if you guys don't mind joining, I love how quick some people are. I'm gonna do a quick Menti here. I'll let a few more players in and then I'll start that quiz. I'm going to hit start quiz. So which of the following codes of ethics do you think apply to school-based SLPs in Pennsylvania? Give me 5 seconds. Okay. So the correct answer is actually all of these. All right, so let's take a look. All right, so you're likely aware that ASHA has a code of ethics. We'll talk about that today. In Pennsylvania, we also have a state board of ethics. It's chapter 45, so we'll talk about that. And then we can't forget about PISHA. It might not be applicable to everyone, but it's applicable to a lot of us, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So the ASHA Code of Ethics is a framework and it's a focused guide for professionals to support our day-to-day decision-making related to our professional conduct. The code is supposed to educate professionals in the discipline, as well as students and other professionals and the public regarding our ethical principles and standards that direct the SLP professional conduct. The Code of Ethics is applicable to any member of ASHA, even if you don't hold the CCC. Anyone who's applying for membership or certification, so people who are doing their CF, and any non-member of ASHA who holds the CCC. So you can be a member and not have the Cs, or you and you can have the Cs, not be a member, et cetera. You're under the ASHA Code of Ethics. So, hang on one sec. I skipped one. Principle 1, Rule L, specifically mentions evidence and decision-making under the ASHA Code of Ethics. It says that individuals who hold the certificate of clinical competence shall use independent and evidence-based clinical judgment, keeping paramount the best interests of their clients. Based on this component of the code, SLPs are required to consider evidence when making clinical judgments. Note the word shall is underlined here. I had to look this up, but according to ASHA, the word may denotes an allowance for some discretion, whereas the word shall denotes no discretion. So it says you shall use evidence-based clinical judgment. So you have no discretion there. You need to use it. Other principles and rules under the Code of Ethics that mention evidence-based practice. For example, there's Principle 2, Rule C. It says individuals shall enhance and refine their professional competence and expertise through engagement in lifelong learning, applicable to their professional activities and skills. Therefore, SLPs must read and critically appraise research, attend and critically appraise seminars, conferences, etc., in order to engage in continued learning. Seeking and critically appraising information is absolutely part of the evidence-based process. So we will be accessing the ASHA Code of Ethics today, and it is available in the resource folder in Schoology and on the Padlet. In Pennsylvania, we also have the State Board Code of Ethics. So this is chapter 45 of the State Board of Examiners in Speech Language Pathology and Audiology. Part C is the Standards of Practice and Conduct, and it's 45.102 is the specific code for SLPs. So the purpose of the code, like the ASHA one, is to safeguard public health, safety, and welfare, to assure that SLPs and hearing services provide the highest quality available to the people in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's applicable to any licensed SLP or audiologist. And here's two examples of what's under the PA code. You can see here that it says a licensee may not guarantee the results of any procedure directly or by implication, has to make a reasonable statement of prognosis. Caution shall be exercised not to mislead a person served professionally to expect results that cannot be predicted from sound evidence. So you need to know the evidence for what you're recommending. A licensee shall evaluate products dispensed to a person to determine their effectiveness. So if you're going to determine effectiveness, you also need to know evidence. And then we have PISHA. So PISHA likely applies to a lot of you, you just don't know it. So this is the Pennsylvania Speech Language Hearing Association Code of Ethics. It's applicable to members of PISHA, whether they're certified or not. It's applicable to any non-member of PISHA who holds the CCC. So if you belong to ASHA and you hold the CCC, you are beholden to the PSHA Code of Ethics, even if you don't belong. And that's why this applies to a lot of us. And then clinical fellows seeking to fulfill the standards for certification also needs to follow this code. So if you are licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, but you do not belong to ASHA or PSHA and don't hold the C, then this wouldn't apply, the PSHA specifically. And then this is just an example of one of the principles from the Code of Ethics from PSHA, very similar to what we just looked at, that we shall evaluate the effectiveness of services rendered and products, etc. So you need to know evidence to know effectiveness. So overall, reliance on evidence-based practices allows clinicians to be accountable, ethical, and responsible, not only to their clients, but to their profession and themselves. Evidence-based practice permits clinicians to account for services when reporting to clients, families, third-party payers, and it's engaging in evidence-based practices that helps us to abide by our ethics when we're serving our clients. And then we need to avoid pseudoscience. So in the world of EBP, SLPs frequently run into two terms. One is science and one is pseudoscience. So this is actually the definition of science from the dictionary. It's defined as knowledge or system of knowledge covering general truths or operation of general laws, especially as obtained and tested through the scientific method. Great. Then we have pseudoscience, which is defined as a pretended or a spurious science, a collection of related beliefs about the world mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method or as having the status of scientific truth that scientific truths now have. So we don't want to be relying on any pretend science or beliefs. So knowing we need to rely on science, how do we distinguish the difference between what is science and pseudoscience? It's important to know the hallmarks of pseudoscience so that we can be alert, identify possible pseudoscience approaches, and then use evidence-based practice to make, or the process to make a decision about how to move forward. So on this slide, you see reference for an article by Finn, Both, and Bramlett from 2005. And these authors outline 10 criteria that SLPs should consider in trying to determine the difference between science and pseudoscience. So I'm going to review these criteria. The full reference is at the end of the slide deck. There's a link to references from today. So the full reference is available for you. This is actually published in an ASHA journal. So if you are an ASHA member, you have access to this. I highly recommend reading it. It's an outstanding article. So we're going to take a look at these criteria. So number one, untestable. Is the treatment unable to be tested or disproved? So scientific claims, including ones about treatment, outcomes, and benefits, are testable via direct observation. The same is not true for pseudoscience. If a test cannot be conducted, the credibility of the treatment relies on assertions of the developer or often on logical consistency with some kind of theory or viewpoint about a disorder. Pseudoscientific interventions are often vague or circumspect in their descriptions, which makes it difficult, if not impossible, to even envision a definitive way to design an empirical test. Many such interventions are actually testable, though. When they are testable and disproved by empirical tests, proponents of pseudoscience tend to not acknowledge those test results. They ignore findings and continue to promote that pseudoscientific treatment. And alternatively, they deflect the findings with responses such as one size doesn't fit all, suggesting that the problem is not with the treatment, but with the participants who are involved in a study that disproved it. Second criteria is unchanged. Does the treatment approach remain unchanged even in the face of contradictory evidence? So the goal of science is not to prove that a hypothesis is correct or that a treatment approach or intervention is effective. Science aims to prove what is true. So science wants to show whether or not the approach or intervention is effective, but they're not out to prove it. Science will change in the face of disconfirming evidence. So this is a good example. I'll use this example many times today. I'm sure many of you on here, like me, once were taught that non-speech oral motor exercises were effective in treating speech sound disorders. I very clearly remember on one of my 6-week rotations in grad school, the SLP taught me to start every ARTIC session with 5 to 10 minutes of non-speech oral motor exercises. But science and research has shown that non-speech oral motor exercises are not effective in improving speech sound production. And as such, it's no longer taught or recommended. So we have evolved, we have changed. Another example of science changing is shown through applied behavior analysis. Consider one of the often cited weaknesses based on the research of discrete trial training was a lack of generalization of skills that were targeted. The behavior analysis field moved towards more naturalistic interventions and began planning for generalization, thus showing a willingness to change based on empirical test results. So in contrast, pseudoscientific interventions and approaches remain unchanged even when science is shown to be, science shows it to be ineffective. So if an intervention approach or an assertion-based is assertion-based and not empirically tested, proponents will hold firm in their belief that forms the basis of the approach, and it will remain unchanged. For example, some professionals in the field of autism continue to recommend a gluten casein-free diet to alter some characteristics of autism. This is despite that all the evidence, the research, shows that the diet itself is not effective for altering characteristics of autism. Gluten casein-free diet is effective for someone who has celiac disease, but a gluten casein-free diet doesn't alter characteristics of autism per science. So confirming the evidence is number 3. Is the rationale for the treatment approach based only on confirming evidence, with the disconfirming evidence ignored or minimized? Scientists recognize that when people are asked to determine the credibility of a claim, they almost always look for evidence that confirms it rather than evidence that disconfirms it. And studies have shown that people are reluctant to change their views once they have found some support for them, even when they're shown direct evidence that contradicts their views. So this is different from ignoring evidence. Rather, people are often unreceptive to evidence that contradicts their views and will try to explain it away. Similarly, when people expect that a relationship exists between two variables, they're more likely to find evidence to support that relationship, even if it does not exist. So you have to remember that saying, correlation does not equal causation. In terms of confirming evidence, science aims to test treatments with a framework that allows for the possibility of failure. Science accepts supportive, positive evidence, but it also looks for independent replication of results. And science requires objective testing of hypotheses. Pseudoscience is characterized by strong confirmation bias. In other words, it bases its claims only on positive outcomes and will ignore any other type of evidence. So just a quick side note on the whole correlation does not equal causation. This is a fun website if you ever have time to jump in and look at it. It is tylervegan.com, and he says absolutely take and use his thousands of graphs that he has available, as long as you give him credit. He has a whole section called spurious correlations, and the whole idea is random correlations dredged up from silly data turned into linear line charts. He now even features some AI generated explanations of the causal connection. Some of them are pretty funny, but this is just an example to remind you that correlation does not equal causation. So viewership of The Big Bang Theory, which is a show I loved, correlated with Google searches for how to make a baby. So that didn't mean that watching it caused people to Google that. It was just a random correlation. And another example, and I put this one on for my mom, who may be here today. She is an SLP. She's not here because she's my mom. This one is annual U.S. household spending on alcoholic beverages, correlating with the number of septic tank services and sewer pipe cleaners in New Hampshire. So spending that money absolutely does not cause a change in the number of septic tank servicers and sewer pipe cleaners in New Hampshire. But when you look, it correlates with it. So this is a great website if you ever have time just to play around and look through it. Okay, going back to our criteria. Number 4, anecdotal evidence. So does the evidence in support of the treatment rely on personal experience and anecdotal accounts? So science recognizes the weak level of evidence that's associated with case studies and relies on them not for evidence, but to provide sources for new ideas and hypotheses and descriptions of new intervention approaches or rare phenomena. Pseudoscience really relies on case studies and testimonials, personal experiences, as the primary source for their treatment claims. So these offer the lowest level of evidence. However, they're also highly persuasive, particularly when told by people who appear genuinely motivated to help others. So this is a graphic. You'll be seeing this a lot today. I like this graphic. I saw this first presented by Jason Travers at the 2022 National Autism Conference in State College. I really like it because it's a fairly simple graphic that we can look at to help us consider levels of evidence and consider what levels associated with our sources of information. So we'll be coming back to this a few times today, but I want to point out that anecdotes and testimonials are the lowest level and that meta-analyses are at the top. But again, like I just said, pseudoscience tends to rely on those anecdotes and testimonials, and they offer the lowest possible, if any, evidence in terms of science. Our 5th criteria is inadequate evidence. Are the treatment claims incommensurate with the level of evidence needed to support those claims? So the more extraordinary the claim, the more quality and the amount of evidence that needs to be provided for that claim. So scientists are required to provide evidence to support claims about a phenomenon or about the efficacy of a claim. The scientific credibility of treatment claims is based on prescribed levels of evidence that are presented to the scientific community to review and critique. In other words, in the scientific community, which includes SLPs, we should be reviewing and appraising the quality of our research studies. We shouldn't be taking anything at face value. Just because it's published doesn't mean it's good. In contrast, pseudoscience rarely provides sufficient evidence for claims of treatment benefits or outcomes. They tend to insist that their critics prove their claims wrong. So this is challenging for opponents of pseudoscience because there isn't necessarily contradicting evidence to prove them wrong. However, the absence of contradictory evidence does not mean that we can assume that something works. Pseudoscience also asks us to believe them on the basis of personal authority. The implication is that experience makes them more credible. It's important to keep in mind that this is subjective, not objective. And in science, we rely on objectivity. And that personal authority thing comes up a lot. I was having a conversation online with somebody a couple of weeks ago, and the person asked me if I knew who he was and how long he'd been in the field, because we were disagreeing on what I believe was a pseudoscientific stance he was taking. Others believe that also, but he went right down to personal authority. So that's a pretty common tactic when there's not adequate evidence. All right, avoiding peer review. So we need to see our treatment claims supported by evidence that has undergone critical scrutiny. So it's important for consumers to determine if evidence has been reviewed, has it been scrutinized? And this relates to the source of the evidence, which we'll talk about later. If it's undergone scrutiny or peer review, it will often appear in a peer-reviewed publication. It should be noted that peer review is not perfect. It has plenty of flaws, such as reviewer bias. Sorry, just checking the waiting room. Reviewer bias, disagreement on methodological strengths. There's a whole number of things that can go wrong with peer review. However, it's generally accepted that the peer review process helps to support the integrity of our scientific literature. You just have to know it's not perfect. Dissemination of that research is essential for progress in science, and publication in peer-reviewed journals is the primary manner in which this occurs. And this is really challenging because not everyone has access to these journals, something we're also going to discuss today. Then in contrast, pseudoscience generally bypasses peer review by presenting findings directly to the public, often using the media for dissemination. The media provides coverage because they're feel-good stories, and then the media rarely raises any difficult or challenging questions about the validity of the claims being made. Okay, so here's an example of avoiding peer review. At the top, there is a peer-reviewed article critique of, at the time, I'm pretty sure it's still the only one, but the only study of rapid prompt method, which was the only study was originally published by Chen and colleagues. It was correlational. It had multiple flaws in methodology, but there were flaws in the conclusion. This critique article appeared in a peer-reviewed scholarly journal. I have access to this because of my adjunct employers, but I'd be interested to know how many of you are aware of this article, or if you could even access it if you wanted to, because it is published in the Journal of Evidence-Based Communication Assessment and Intervention. So it's not an ASHA journal, so you can't get it through ASHA. And now you think of the general public, they're not likely to have access to this after it's gone through the proper scientific review and it's published. And then there's some really good authors on this. Russ Lang, Jason Travers, Jim Todd. I liked this one when I first read it. And then in contrast, you see an article here from the New York Post that discusses the rapid prompt method and spelling to communicate. And the latter was easily accessible, not peer reviewed, but it gets the message out there for the proponents of for any of these messages. So out they go, no peer review, easy to access. And then the science, really hard to access, even though it's been peer reviewed and disseminated through scholarly journals. And I had to give you some examples of peer review not being perfect, because I don't think it's fair to just, say that's it, that it's great. So these are two examples. On the left, we have a screenshot from the Facebook group Speech Language Pathologists Against Pseudoscience. They posted the journal Nature, which is a pretty good journal. Says the journal Nature falls for autism pseudoscience. So they actually let through an article that discussed rapid prompt spelling to communicate methodology. Pretty disappointing from a scientific standpoint. On the right, this one I think is funny. Not sure how this made it through proofreading, peer review, and copy editing, but you can see the authors of the original article have a statement and then said, should we cite the crappy Gaber paper here? So that made it to publication. So peer review is not perfect. And then another example, I had to include this one. I was at ASHA in the fall, which was a lot of fun. It was a good time, learned a lot. And I went to 2 sessions, and I'm not going to give the topic. I don't want to get into that. But when I've had the opportunity to be on the peer review boards for ASHA, and you get the abstract. You don't get the full presentation. So when I've done it, you read through the abstract, you read through the references provided, you do the best you can in peer review to either accept or reject a proposal. So in 2 separate sessions I was in this year, in one, Daniel Levy was referenced as a citation to support a stance, and Oprah was referenced to support a stance. So I would say that it's a failure of peer review. They weren't included in the reference list, so we wouldn't have known it was coming, but it's not perfect. So these are, Daniel Levy and Oprah are not experts in the field of autism or speech and language, and their being referenced really goes down to an anecdote or testimonial. There's no science there. Okay, so criteria number 7 is disconnected, is the treatment approach disconnected from well-established scientific models or paradigms. Scientists often use paradigms, models to guide in understanding, explaining, or investigating treatments. They can change over time, usually slowly, because confirming or contradictory or inconclusive evidence is acquired, and then a consensus has to be reached about the overall findings, and then you might start to see a paradigm shift occur. So in general, paradigm remains grounded in widely accepted facts and well-established scientific principles, and is pretty consistent with those of other fields that share similar methods and concepts. It's worth noting that new paradigms can emerge that can be markedly different from our existing ones, but when that happens, proponents of the new paradigm need to present scientifically compelling evidence for their superiority over existing models. So a scientific claim about treatment effectiveness is generally expected to be consistent with our paradigms, with our accepted paradigms, and changes are often improvements upon existing paradigms as opposed to an entirely new approach. In pseudoscience, claims are rarely connected to science or empirical tradition. In other words, they lack a paradigm. They're often portrayed as unique, self-contained paradigms with little or no connection to established scientific principles or procedures. Criteria 8 is the treatment, new terms. So is the treatment described by new terms that appear to be scientific, but upon further examination are found not to be scientific at all? So scientific terms and concepts are part of a precisely defined language. Definitions need to be operationalized so that they can be linked to measurable and observable events. This often makes the language of science appear obtuse. It's definitely challenging to read science at times. Pseudoscientific language can also appear obtuse, which can make terms appear scientific when they are not. And pseudoscientific terms lack consistent operationalization and cannot be measured by others. In 2002, Russico suggested that some pseudoscientific terms are specifically designed to evade scrutiny by hiding the lack of meaning. Then we have criteria 9 is grandiose outcomes. Is the treatment approach based on grandiose claims or poorly specified outcomes? So scientists are careful to be really specific about the boundaries under which treatments can be studied and define the factors that are understandable within the scope of content. It establishes limits of what is and what is not scientifically applicable and predictable. And it bases predictions on groups, likelihoods, probabilities, and acknowledges limitations and uncertainty that is present. We do that when we write our prognoses. I know we don't do those in schools often, but we always get asked, how long will this take? We don't make grandiose outcomes as scientific clinicians. Pseudoscience is less likely to recognize limitations or boundaries of their scope for predictions and statements about any treatment benefits. Rather, we often see extravagant claims that appeal to people's fears, wishful thinking, and get hopes raised falsely. So you might hear phrases such as problem solved or miracle cure when you are reading about pseudoscience. So this is an example of how science versus pseudoscience share outcomes. So on the left, we have a peer-reviewed paper. It's just I just screenshot the limitations and future research directions section. But the highlighted parts say, they just point out the limitations. This study is limited by the relatively brief baseline phase. Lack of functional equivalence between AAC systems may have negatively influenced intervention outcomes. The study would have been strengthened by assessing parents and teachers' perceptions of each AAC option target behavior's outcomes. It points out its limitations. This is what science does. On the flip side, we go back to that New York Post media dissemination. I couldn't post the whole article. There's too many ads hanging around that I couldn't screenshot out. But the article itself does not highlight any potential limitations of rapid prompt or S2C, such as prompt dependency or questionable authorship. It's only positives. And then we have criteria 10, which is holistic. Is the treatment claimed to make sense only within a vaguely described holistic framework? So science seeks to identify and analyze the reasons for treatment effectiveness, but pseudoscience often claims that disorders can only be understood within a larger context, or that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And holistic treatments tend to be directed at the whole person as opposed to specific complaints. So again, if we just think back to that gluten casein-free diet example, that diet is meant to treat specific difficulties with digestion of gluten casein. It's not meant to holistically treat autism. So no single of the 10 criteria determines that a treatment is either scientific or pseudoscientific. However, there are some implications to consider overall. We need to be skeptical of success rate claims that are not supported by acceptable levels of research or science. So that goes back to criteria 3, 4, 5, and 9. We need to resist adopting a treatment approach that is presented to the public, often via the media, before it has gone through established scientific channels. It's criteria 6. And that happens all the time in our field. We need to be wary about trusting one's own clinical experience as the sole basis for determining validity of a treatment claim. So that goes to criteria 3 and 4. Excuse me. And just to elaborate on trusting clinical experience and judgment is one of the 3 components of evidence-based practice. The other 2, that external internal evidence, and then your client caregiver perspective. But we cannot rely solely on our own judgment. To do so is not practicing evidence-based practice. We need to consider that we all have biases that do impact our clinical approach. It is nearly impossible to have 0 biases. Clinicians also need to be careful about allowing anecdotal or single case experiences to lead them to believe that an intervention is evidence-based practice. So that's the old because it worked for me. If clinicians balance their own experience with their client caregiver perspective and use that internal and external data and evidence, then they can practice evidence-based practice, even if they tend to rely more on their own judgment than on the other 2 components. So the whole point is you can't just use your judgment, your experience as the sole basis for determining validity of a claim. So it's our responsibility to our clients and other professionals, the public, and ethics to consider all this. Okay, so we have another mentee here. So can you think of any pseudoscientific interventions that you may have tried either professionally or in your personal or family life? Like I said before, I used to do non-speech oral motor exercises when I don't know if this one is starting. There we go. Well, so early in my practice, when I was a grad student, intermittent fasting, oral motor exercises. Lots of people with the oral motor. So I see some interesting ones here because so PECS, for example, actually has an established evidence base. It's around the idea of requesting, but it does have an evidence base. Balanced reading. So the reading is huge, right? That's so popular today. Later on, I think in the Padlet, I put out something on, if you want to link to Sold a Story, if you haven't listened to that podcast, it's outstanding. So I really appreciate all of the input. I know sometimes it's really hard to say stuff that you've done that's not scientific. My sister and I were having a conversation a few weeks ago about people using the drink patches when they're going out to have a couple of drinks, and being the person I am, I went right into the research and I was like, nope, found one study and it doesn't align with what was on the direction of the boxes. So, we all do stuff. Using nonsensical words. Okay. So I really appreciate everybody. Ooh, bite boxes on there. I appreciate your participating in this. Okay. So I'm going to show you, this is one of my absolute favorite checklists in the field. I love this. And I remember I was at ASHA in 2012, and I was in this presentation where Dr. Loff was sharing this, and I talked to him afterwards. I asked him to send it to me, and now it's widely available, but I've always been a big fan of this checklist, and particularly of the presentation he gave that day. So science versus pseudoscience in CSD, a checklist for skeptical thinking. And this is what Dr. Loff presented. I think it's really helpful for SLPs to use this to evaluate claims that are made by promoters of products or services, so we can figure out, hey, is this science or pseudoscience? In the Schoology resources on the Padlet, you have access to the full checklist. You're just looking at page 1 here, because I couldn't fit both on the screen. Notice the similarity between items that are on this checklist and the 10 criteria that are outlined by Finn, Both, and Bramlett that we just reviewed. And the one term that I picked up from Dr. Loff's session that day that I will never forget is he said we all need to be good BS detectors. And BS stands for be skeptical. So this checklist will help you to be a skeptical detector. So we're going to walk through some examples of, or actually one example of how this checklist can be used to determine whether a claim, a treatment, or an approach might be science or pseudoscience. Because it's trending in the world of autism and speech right now, I'm going to use Spelling to Communicate, or S2C, while I talk about this checklist. It has other names: structured typing, letterboarding, speller. It has a whole bunch of names, but I'll just call it S2C. I'm not going to bring in the research data and ask you to appraise this yet. I am going to use this checklist to demonstrate that once an SLP has some of that, you can run through this. So I can tell you that having run through, I think I've read most of the research, if not all of it, on S2C. I know that it relies on data, not on data, but on beliefs and opinions. So to date, there's a real dearth of actual scientific evidence findings about S2C. There are 2 more recent articles that proponents suggest lend support to it, but they really don't, because the independent variable was not Spelling to Communicate. So I went ahead and I checked the box for pseudoscience. The data for Spelling to Communicate are largely based on qualitative observations and expert opinions. The scientific method is generally not employed to gather data. I actually really don't know of any studies where it's been employed to gather data. Data available are primarily testimonials and case studies, typically published in media and on blogs. So we check the box for pseudoscience. In terms of valid data being disseminated, most information about S2C is shared at private clinics and workshops and trainings, usually run by the community that supports S2C, rather than peer-reviewed conferences. Information appears in popular press and some books. There are some studies published in reputable journals. For example, there was a Jaswal article in 2024, studied in autism. However, there's already been multiple critiques put out about the conclusions being flawed because the dependent variables don't actually measure literacy as he claimed. It's convenient sampling used, etc. So we end up checking the box for pseudoscience. As identified on the previous slide, there is some peer-reviewed work on S2C, that Jaswal article. There's another one, Eye Tracking Agency, Reveals Agency in Assisted Autistic Communication, also by Jaswal. Please note there are several critiques of that study as well that have been published. To date, there are no studies that show independent confirmations by any impartial reviewers. So again, we check the box for pseudoscience here. Because there are some studies that are published in peer review that do utilize the scientific method. And because the data were gathered by professionals who are qualified to study that clinical question posed, you can actually check the box for science here. So this one here could be checked. But there's also many online publication blogs indicating that scientists don't understand the clinical work and shouldn't be questioning an individual's ability via the scientific method. So we end up checking the box for pseudoscience. Nope, there it is. I had it checked, I just didn't advance. And then S2C does not provide a clear theoretical model for explanation of why the procedure is effective. There are references to motor apraxia in the literature. Further, there are gaps and missing information in the chain of plausibility. So again, we check the box for pseudoscience. This is page 2. Some S2C literature makes reference to apraxia research. Many descriptions of the intervention indicate that clinicians need to be familiar with and have a really good rapport with clients for any intervention in S2C to be successful. Clinicians also need to be specifically trained in their method. Much of the literature discusses motor weakness and cites literature from other disciplines. So again, we check the box for pseudoscience, and notice up top, I left the box for that top section blank. In terms of historical claims of effectiveness, with the connection to facilitated communication, S2C very much ignores it. So I can't check that. S2C has been suggested to work for a wide range of individuals experience difficulty speaking. It's even been implemented for individuals who can access natural speech. Certainly, there have been references to unlocking one's hidden ability or the approach being referred to as miraculous in allowing us to access someone's ability. S2C is also commonly said to be the one treatment that has worked after years of failed attempts at evidence-based practice for individuals who have significant and complex communication needs. So we check the box for pseudoscience here because those claims are too good to be true. And finally, S2C proponents ignore disconfirming evidence. The practice has remained unchanged in the face of disconfirming evidence and questions. There are key phrases such as presuming competence that have also become associated with this approach. In this case, if one questions the authorship of the message, they are said to wrongly question the competence of the individual. Then there's other terms such as the communication regulation partner that have been generated specific to the approach to sound scientific. So again, we check that box for pseudoscience. And I just want to add here, the references listed here, one we've talked about already today, the Finbotham Bramlett, but the Barrett Quackery, How Should It Be Defined, is a great read. And then Carl Sagan's The Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark. I enjoyed that book. So just a little plug for those. They're great references. So SLPs frequently hear about, read about, or are approached about fad therapies. And these exist for a variety of reasons, including incomplete effectiveness of available therapies. Available treatments may require an enormous amount of effort. Alternative treatments are supported by philosophies or beliefs attributed to a person or a group of persons. So it's something like an ideology. And then treatments are promoted by companies or individuals with proprietary interests. And then we know that bad therapies persist. Even after they've been discredited, bad therapies persist. So presenting scientific data is not enough to eradicate a therapy that has been discredited. So in reviewing why facilitated communication still exists in its offshoots, even though it's been fully discredited, Lilienfeld, Marshall, Todd, and Shane shared a list of reasons why this happens. So I'll give you a quick rundown here. Desperation is the first one they talk about. Clients and caregivers are often desperate if the severity of a disorder is severe or profound. Poor sources of information. So dissemination of bad autism treatments is heightened in the influence and availability of the internet. Research has found that Parental treatment decisions may be informed substantially more by web-based information than from peer-reviewed sources. Seductive appeal. So in contrast to other widely used interventions, FC does not purport to treat or remedy autism or its core deficits, nor does it concede the existence of cognitive deficiencies. It views autism as a difference. The savior effect. So well-intentioned treatment providers feel an understandable desire to rescue individuals with autism and their parents from a lifetime of presumed despair. Naive realism. The belief that we can place uncritical trust in raw data. So in the case of FC, that means referring falsely to the idea that seeing is believing. Personal experiences. So again, personal experience is more convincing than scientific evidence. Practitioners may place considerably more trust in subjectively compelling evidence of their clinical observations than in the often dry and impersonal results of scientific research. Confirmation bias leads us to seek evidence consistent with our own beliefs and to neglect or at least selectively interpret evidence that does not. Cognitive dissonance. Once individuals find themselves committed to a stance, cognitive dissonance may make it difficult for them to admit any errors to themselves or to others. And then profit, because there is money to be made in the field. So educators, unfortunately, may help unproven therapies persist. So Travers in 2007 discussed reasons that special educators might try unproven methods, and that helps these persist. So educators may implement intervention based on curiosity, thinking it might work or it might work better for a particular student. Educators demonstrate compassion for their students and thus are often willing to try anything to help them. Educators may feel desperation and not know what to do with the student next. They may feel fear using an intervention, they may feel fear of not using an intervention that could be a breakthrough. So it's that fear of missing out. So could adhering to evidence-based practice mean they miss trying an intervention that makes a difference? Educators may be convinced about a certain method based on their own training. So is it something you learned? And creativity. So if educators are expected to be creative in their teaching methods and use an eclectic approach, they may adopt ineffective interventions. So this is just something for you to access on your own time. It's Jason Travers, 2017, listed these 10 flaws of thinking. It goes, they're in the table, there's a belief, an example, and a reason why it's problematic. They're very similar to the criteria by Finboth and Bramlett that helps you distinguish between science and pseudoscience. I'll just go through one. I'm not going to go through all these in the interest of time, but just looking at that bottom one, ad hominem. So this refers to attacking the claimant's character rather than the evidence for the claim. So an example might be the researcher is only out to protect his beliefs and doesn't care about the kids. He can't be trusted. The problem is that it ignores the argument and evidence of the effectiveness of the intervention and instead focuses on attacking the person. This is a very common occurrence in the field of, I want to say, in the work of fighting against pseudoscience. Again, I was in a different conversation a few days ago and was speaking out against failing to communicate, and somebody referred to me as delusional. So that's an ad hominem attack. So educators may presume an intervention will work if it's identified as evidence-based practice. But it's really important to remember that no evidence-based practice is guaranteed to provide benefit. It's just that based on research, it's the most likely to provide benefit. So the effects of an intervention will vary among students, and we already know that every student is unique and different. For many of the reasons discussed earlier, educators do often implement interventions that are not evidence-based practice, And they might ask themselves, what is the harm in trying? So there is harm in trying. Students with disabilities have a finite amount of time to receive special education services, and we want to maximize the benefit of the time that we have with them. Implementation of interventions that do not benefit the student equate to time wasted and learning opportunities that are lost. Jason Travers pointed out that if a student loses the equivalent of 4 weeks' time due to educator use of an ineffective intervention every school year, so 4 weeks a year, from age 3 to 22, that's 19 years, then a student could lose as much as 76 weeks, or more than 2 entire academic years of time spent on ineffective interventions. That's a lot of time lost. So essentially, harm is done to the student by taking away effective learning time. And is that even ethical? Okay. So I'm going to start this timer, and I'm going to ask that you go to any one of these codes and just take a look. Are any of the principles, rules identified in the ASHA, PA State, or PISHA Code of Ethics potentially violated if we know harm may be caused by using a non-evidence-based practice? I'm not going to put you in breakout rooms because there's so many people in here today, and I'm not going to ask you to report out, but just take a look and see if you can identify anything. Oops. Oh, this time. Okay. Okay, so I'm not going to read all these. I'm just going to show you the ones that I identified, and then I can post. I think these might be missing from your handout, which was intentional, so you would look, but I will post the full slide deck for you later. So you can see that ASHA talks about Principle 1, Rule H, obtaining informed consent when you are asking someone to engage in a treatment or not following clinical recommendations. So what if you're not following EVP? Principle 1, Rule K, evaluating effectiveness of services provided. Rule L, evidence-based clinical judgment comes into play. Oops, sorry. Under the possible state violations, evaluating procedures commonly recognized by the profession, compatible with our education expertise. Taking reasonable precautions to avoid injuring a person. Is it causing harm? And evaluating those services for effectiveness. And then possible PISHA violations. Again, fully informing the people of the nature of the services, evaluating the effectiveness of services, and engaging only in those aspects in our profession that are within the scope. Okay. Almost to our break. So hang in there with me. So education systems are really confronted with increasingly limited financial resources, with limited human resources these days. Materials, equipment, teacher time, support personnel, they're all really valuable. So when pseudoscientific interventions are implemented, these resources are misdirected away from interventions that are more likely to be effective and benefit the student. There's also so many legal issues attached to this. So there's a long history of legal action when you use non-evidence-based practice. So Culbertson and Scudder suggest that SLPs know the standard of care in your profession and stay within that standard of care, that you do not practice clinical conduct that's unsupported in the literature. In professional practice, you vastly increase your risk of exposure to liability when you establish yourself as an outlier. The best practice to minimize the risk of liability and licensing board complaints is solid evidence-based practice that is well accepted among the professional peer group. Think about the actions another skilled, careful, ethical clinician would reasonably take if they had the same information you had. And then in a presentation at the National Autism Conference in 2022, Dr. Travers highlighted the danger of false accusations that are documented and have come from pseudoscientific interventions like facilitated communication and its offshoots. This is just a list that he shared. I just want to use it as an example for you. They are numerous, unfortunately, and also recent. All right, so we're at a break. So I'm going to start this timers, whether you need to go walk your dog. I'm sure mine wants to go outside for a minute, get your caffeine, a snack, whatever. I'm going to start this timer and we'll start again when the alarm sounds. Okay. All right, so hope everyone was able to stretch, get some more caffeine, do whatever you needed to do. We're going to keep going here. So our next break will be at 11:45, and that's when we have lunch. Okay, so now we talked about the pseudoscience. So how do we avoid pseudoscientific practices? The best way to do it is by taking an evidence-based process approach. So this graphic I showed you earlier, it has the 5 steps of the process. So we're going to talk about each one of these steps. The first step being to formulate a question at the level of the individual or population, often using the PICO method in our field. So I know it's harder for some than others. It's been a long time for me. If you can think back to your grad school days, asking a focused and relevant question about your student's situation will assist in focusing your search for evidence. So one widely used approach to doing this is PICO, which stands for Population, Intervention, Comparison, and Outcome. The population, it refers to the characteristics or condition of the group. So it could be a specific diagnosis, it could be age, it could be severity level, it could be a whole bunch of things. Excuse me. Intervention, what is the screening, the assessment, the treatment, or service delivery model? What is it that you're considering? The comparison is what is the main alternative to the intervention, assessment, or screening approach? Is it a placebo? Is it a different technique or a different amount of treatment time? And then your outcome. What do you want to accomplish? What do you want to measure or improve? Are you looking for an upgraded diet level or more intelligible speech or better hearing and background noise? So whatever it is, what it is that you're trying to measure. So we're going to take a quick look at an example that's provided by ASHA. And this is actually on their website. So the link is provided there for you. They have a couple more on there if you want to look. But ASHA breaks it out by the bounds first, so the P, the I, the C, the O, and then puts their example question there. So the population they're considering are children with severe to profound hearing loss. The interventions, cochlear implants. The comparison is hearing aids. So often the comparison is what we're using now, and the intervention is what we're considering using. And the outcome, speech and language development, and they put together a question. For children with severe to profound hearing loss, what is the effect of cochlear implants compared with hearing aids on speech and language development? So that would be an example of a PICO question. Let's look at a couple that are not ASHA. This is one that I pulled from my own caseload years ago, and just kind of put it into a scenario. So you're a school-based SLP at a large elementary school. The caseload is 65 students. Many of your students are making slower progress than you'd like in articulation. You begin to wonder if shorter individual sessions might be more effective than longer small group sessions. So here's an example of a PICO question. In elementary age students with articulation errors, that's your population, does individual therapy for 3 times a week for 10-minute sessions, the intervention you're considering, result in more efficient sound acquisition or production, that's your outcome, than small group therapy once a week for 30 minutes? That's your comparison. So if I have elementary age students with articulation errors, I got a little specific there. I said elementary age because if I go to the research and start looking for information on this, I don't want to be presented with every age under the sun who may have an articulation need. My population's elementary. If you get too specific, if you go in there and say like 1st grade students, well, then that might be too narrow. You might have to go a little broader. That's why I stuck with elementary age. Again, that in the individual 3 times a week, 10-minute sessions, that's what I'm thinking about. So that's what I want to investigate. My outcome is there. And then the 30 minutes once a week, that's what I'm doing now. So that's what I'm using for comparison. So one thing to note is that I did not, when I wrote this, I did not write it in PICO order. It doesn't matter what order you write in, as long as you include all the components. For some reason, I always tend to have my comparison last. I think it's just how I like to write. Okay. So I'm going to try this on Mentimeter. I don't know if it's going to work. We'll see. But let's say you're an SLP for several kindergarten students with autism using limited natural speech, and you're suggesting that these students be evaluated for a voice output communication device. At a team meeting, a team member shares concerns about students losing natural speech if the team agrees to implement a voice output communication aid. So I really don't know if this one's going to work. We'll see, but let's give it a shot. I'm going to give you about 3 minutes. And I will fully admit the Mentimeter limits your characters, so you might have to do abbreviations, but take a shot at writing a PICO question for that scenario. I didn't put a timer on here, but I'll just watch the clock. If the Mentimeter isn't working for you and you can always just drop it in the chat if you still want to participate. And wait 1 more minute. Okay, I'm going to keep going. So I appreciate those of you who participated via Menti. I'm laughing because I saw in the chat somebody wrote this question is the story of my caseload. And I mean, it's definitely a scenario that we frequently encounter. So here is a possible PICO. There's no real right or wrong answer. This is just an example that I wrote. In young children with ASD with limited natural speech, does use of Avoca in therapy result in a decrease in natural speech development compared to focusing on natural speech development in speech therapy as your comparison? So for anyone interested, the answer to this is no. We do know from diving into research, looking at the empirical evidence, that AAC does not decrease natural speech production. And in fact, it may actually help to increase it. But it's just what I use because it's a frequent question we get in the field. If anyone's interested in practicing more PICO questions, it takes time to jump into like PICO mode and to get used to writing these. There's more scenarios that you can use in the Schoology resources folder and in the Padlet resources folder. So feel free to, there's also some possible answers that I posted in a separate document, but if you want more practice, they're there. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes because we're going to use this example throughout a few times for the rest of today. What I'd like you to do is take a few minutes to think about this and think about a clinical topic or question that you have at present. So what is something going on your caseload that you can make into a PICO question? You don't have to share it, but you're welcome to in the chat. I just want you to have this in mind and have an attempt at a PICO question because we're going to come back to this. We're going to come back to this later. So I'm going to start this timer to give you 5 minutes just to think about or work on writing your own PICO. And again, you can share it if you'd like, not required. Okay. I know how you guys must understand. It's really hard for an SLP to just sit here and watch it clock count down and be quiet. So hopefully that was enough time for you to write down a PICO question. Just hold on to that. We're going to come back to it later. Okay, so now we're going to start talking about step 2 of this process. So this is where we search for and find evidence that's related to our question, we hope. So we're going to consider the scenario as we work through. A parent approaches you, the SLP, and shares that she saw a news clip about a specific intervention for increasing communication and requests that you begin using that approach in therapy with her student. What are your first steps in searching for information and evidence? So there's 2 common first steps, and these can go in either order, but this is typically what happens. We either seek input from other professionals with whom we work, or we search the internet. So going back to this graphic from Travers in 2022, if the first thing we do when we need information is turn to other professionals with whom we work, so our colleagues, we're likely to either get no information if they're not familiar with the intervention. You might get some anecdotes or testimonials about their experience if they've tried it, or C, if they are very experienced with the intervention and have the scientific, technical, and specialized knowledge that it really does take years to develop, you might be accessing expert opinion. So as you can see from this graphic, anecdotes and testimonials leave us with all doubt, no confidence in terms of effectiveness of the intervention. And then expert opinion is considered low confidence, which leaves much doubt about an effectiveness of an intervention. So for anecdotes and testimonials, it's just the lowest level of evidence. We can't test these for accuracy. We rely on the recollection, the memory of people involved. We can't assume that the outcome is going to be generalizable to others. And for expert opinion, it's still low level, despite that it's more reliable source than anecdotes. Experts are better able to determine differences and similarities between situations and evidence. However, there's still a problem of potential bias. So one expert opinion is not as good as a consensus of expert opinions. So it's possible that one may miss other explanations regarding an intervention if they talk to one person with clinical expertise with one perspective, as opposed to more than one person who may have differing expert opinion, different perspective. So returning back to this search, after you consult with professionals, I'm just going to assume we do that first, or in this case, maybe even before you consult with other professionals, we often turn to the internet. So where might you search? We have Facebook groups to access other SLPs, media websites, their stories, just general Google Scholar, company websites. There's all kinds of places we can look, peer-reviewed search engines. So I'm going to ask you to rank the order in which you would search the internet first. I'm going to start this Menti. I'm going to wait about 1 more minute. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going here. I have to say, it makes me happy to see ASHA comes up higher on the list than I expected it to. It's a great resource for us. Not always one that we hit first. Okay, all right, so now that we've kind of ranked what we ourselves might do, we're gonna look at each of these in turn. And interestingly, we are not great as SLPs at evaluating the credibility of sources online, despite that it is critical that we consider the source. So I want to share this information. This is the Stanford History Education Group spent a year, actually a year and a half, prototyping, field testing, and validating assessments that measure the ability to judge the credibility of information that is accessible by smartphones and tablets and computers. The study was geared towards assessing the ability of middle school, high school, and college students. Now, many of us were beyond college age range when the study was completed in 2015-16. However, we have SLPs now in the field who were absolutely in this target age range back in 2015-16. So many of us fall within the participant study range. Not me, sadly. The researchers found that when it comes to evaluating information that flowed through social media channels, the participants were easily duped. So people cannot rely on publishers, editors, and subject matter experts to vet information that we find on the internet. There's just too much. The Stanford History Education Group cites a philosopher named Michael Lynch as noting that the internet is both the world's best fact checker and the world's best bias confirmer, often at the same time. Keep in mind that we have already learned that confirmation bias is one of the most common thinking flaws that can lead to the use of unproven methods. So this is problematic. This is a summary of the exercises in which the college students participated. So they included article evaluation. So the participants had to do a web search and decide if a website could be trusted. They had to research a claim. So they went online to verify a claim about a controversial topic. They determined whether a partisan site was trustworthy or not. They watched an online video and identified its strengths and weaknesses. And then they had to read a tweet that explained why it might or might not be useful as a source of information. And so this should look like a familiar process to us because it's essentially what we have to do ourselves when we search online for information about some kind of claim or request for a treatment. We have to verify claims. We have to determine if sources, such as websites, are trustworthy, and we have to explain why and why not a source is useful or credible. So based on the data the Stanford History Education Group gathered, they created a curriculum to help middle and high school students become more skilled evaluators of online content. Curriculum materials were developed and a series of videos about evaluating the information were produced. The information is accessible and free online. While it targets a younger age group, the videos are worth watching to develop skills that we should all have so that we're better evaluators of content on the internet. There's so many things that we can get duped by. I think there's over 19 videos now. I'm going to take a minute to show you how to access them, and we're going to watch it's like a 3.5-minute video they have on there about what it is. But before I go, I keep calling this, it used to be called SHEG, the Stanford History Education Group. And I put this on here so I would remember to say it. It has since become the Digital Inquiry Group. So that's their new logo there. They changed the name in order to expand capacity to make evidence-based classroom-ready materials freely available to educators across the country and around the world. So it's just a really great resource. Let me show you. I have it linked on the Padlet and everything as well. Okay, so if you go here, just click up top on the Civic Online Reasoning Curriculum. Make this oops. I'm going to try to make this a little bigger. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to start with their video. It's about 3.5 minutes, and then just show you what they have in their collection here. But this video really gives a much better explanation of what they do.
Young people, and most of us, get our information through our digital devices. This overabundance of information can be overwhelming. If we can't find trustworthy information, our democracy is at risk. Current approaches to digital literacy, especially outdated and lengthy lists of questions that appear on checklists, often don't work. People are fooled by slick modern website designs, content without spelling errors, pages without banner ads, sites that hide their real authors, and about pages where groups spin whatever tale they want to tell about themselves. All of these features can be easily manipulated and distorted. Our research has shown that many students have flawed assumptions about what makes a site reliable. The top-level domain, the 3 letters at the end of a URL, or that the first search result is always the best. Your students, even if they are digital natives, lack the skills to evaluate online content. They don't know what to believe. They have trouble distinguishing an ad from a news story and have difficulty identifying the organization behind a website. In 2014, the Stanford History Education Group conducted an 18-month study involving thousands of students. Middle school through college students struggled to perform basic evaluations of online content. In a follow-up, we observed how professional fact-checkers evaluated digital sources. Fact-checkers employed a strategy that we call lateral reading, leaving a site to research its reliability by opening up new tabs in their browsers. Students, on the other hand, wasted time on an unfamiliar site without first asking who's behind it. But fact-checkers investigated an unfamiliar site by first going elsewhere, consulting the broader web to learn about who's behind the information they're consuming and whether to trust it. Our approach is based on what experts do to determine the quality of information. We've distilled fact-checkers' strategies and put them at the heart of our Civic Online Reasoning, or CORE curriculum. 3 questions guided fact-checkers' evaluation of sources. The CORE curriculum was developed by the Stanford History Education Group in partnership with MediaWise, the Poynter Institute, and the local media association, with support from Google.org. The lessons and assessments are designed to help teach students how to judge online information. Our materials are flexible, modular, and can be integrated across different subject matters. You can pick one or two of our lessons or teach all of them. Research conducted in real classrooms and rigorously peer-reviewed shows that the core curriculum works. And the results have been featured in publications all over the world. Our goal isn't to turn students into professional fact checkers, but to equip them with skills that are easy to master and that will allow them to avoid their most common errors. When students are able to tell reliable sources from those that are untrustworthy, they are less likely to be manipulated, and they're better prepared to make informed decisions, both when they enter the voting booth and act in the world at large.
Okay.
Young people, and most of us.
All right, so get out of there. So if you click on their view curriculum collections, you can scroll down and see that they have all kinds of information you can access. I'm just going to keep scrolling because down here they have a whole bunch of videos, classroom posters, but these videos, I've watched them all. They're really good. And if you click on browse all, you get a whole bunch more. So I've watched these with my own kids to try to make them better at evaluating credibility of sites on the internet. It's just a really good resource. And when we talk about authority later today, we'll kind of think back to that. I have to jump ahead to where I left off. Okay. So just kind of keep that in mind, this digital inquiry group as a resource. Okay, so continuing with the idea of evaluating and knowing our internet sources, in 2022, Bassard and Harold at the ASHA convention shared some interesting information about social media. They had a session titled SLPs on social media, pay no attention to the woman behind the curtain. And this is some of the information they presented. That boomers, Gen Z, and millennials are heavy social media users. I don't know what happened to Gen X on there. I'm on groups a lot on Gen X, so who knows? SLPs are using social media to learn how to practice. That one scares me. SLPs are using social media to purchase products and materials. And therefore, informed consumership on social media is critical to ethical client assessment and treatment in our field. So you should be able to access, oops, I went one too far. You should be able to access these links on the handout. If not, I can post them separately later, but Bassard and Harold have shared their handout, so they are accessible. So that's what the first link on the slide is for. It accesses the handouts from their ASHA presentation. You can see here that greater than 90% of SLP Facebook groups are controlled by business owners in the field, and we don't always know what their financial disclosures are, but they are selling products, including professional development, to SLPs. There is another link there to SLP Facebook groups that have over 10,000 members. And it's interesting to note that the 3 largest Facebook groups for SLPs are generally run by the same primary administrator. In full disclosure, I am an active member of 2 of those groups, and last check at 6 of them overall on that list. So SLPs do need to keep in mind that they may be getting a biased or controlled perspective on any Facebook page or any social media page based on what is and what is not deleted by the administrators. Further, they need to keep in mind that they are getting a business owner's or an SLP influencer's bias on TikTok and Instagram, etc. These are not objective sources. So just as an example of non-objective sources and that control on these groups, I'm not going to identify the group, but I was recently blocked by a group whose mission statement suggests that they invite SLPs to be part of a conversation, even those with differing viewpoints. I have a differing viewpoint than the main purpose of the group, and I would comment. not meanly, but I would frequently comment. And I was banned. And I don't know about people with similar opinions, but I was banned. So that means that the administrators are controlling the narrative of the information and content that's presented to that group. They don't get any dissenting thoughts. So this is it's just a good resource. The ASHA presentation really does include information about administrators, influencers, et cetera. And we need to be aware that they can control the content, or that they can control the content we see without disclosing financial relationships. So we need to be very aware consumers. So just returning once again to our search and knowing that we need to be careful consumers on Facebook and other social media outlets. We might decide to look at a news media website that aired the clip seen by the parent. Of course, we would need to keep in mind that the information disseminated directly to the public via a news outlet, we already know that's a red flag for potential pseudoscience. We might turn to the product or intervention company website. Again, you have to consider the source. A company's website is not objective and will only provide information that is complementary of a product or intervention. It may contain anecdotes and testimonials and may provide some links to research. However, the savvy SLP consumer is aware and will keep in mind that a company's website is only going to reference research that has confirming evidence. You might try Google Scholar or Google. So if you're not aware of the difference, Google searches the entire web, and Google Scholar searches only academic journals produced by commercial publishers or scholarly societies. Google Scholar eliminates materials from corporations, non-scholarly organizations, and from individuals. Now, I meant to rerun this search and I did not have time. So I'm going to say this search is about a year old. So this may have changed. But when I first ran this search, I entered spelling to communicate into a Google search. And I got 26,700,000 results in 0.38 seconds. So the first 4 returns, which are pictured here, are 3 groups and 1 blog, all of which support S2C. The first return there is IASC, which is the International Association for Spelling as Communication. Please don't confuse that with the International Society for Augmented and Alternative Communication. We'll talk about that again later. Because ISAC, the International Society for AAC, does not support S2C. If I enter spelling to communicate into Google Scholar, I get 472,000 results in 0.08 seconds. Notice, though, that the search returns are scholarly in nature, did not return results for spelling to communicate as a whole phrase, and therefore there are no returns on the first page about the controversial intervention S2C. So then I use quotation marks to isolate the controversial S2C intervention, and I did get 1 return. It was a master's level thesis about music therapists' experience with clients with autism who used AAC. I was able to click on and download that resource. The term S2C appeared 3 times and was referenced as an other type of intervention with which the music therapist had reported contact. It did not offer any level of evidence because it was not a variable of interest in the study. It was just mentioned. So now you might try the ASHA Practice Portal. If you're not familiar with the ASHA Practice Portal, highly recommend you go search around. I use that as a resource very often. I really like it. Same thing with the ASHA evidence maps. I think it's a wonderful resource. You can also try a general search from ASHA's website. So if I take this S2C example and do that, I search ASHA's main site and got the following results. There were 1,724 results in 0.05 seconds. Again, this is a year ago. If you look on the left, I can use the source, file type, year, or author as filters to kind of narrow my search. The first return in this search is a link to the page on which ASHA warns against rapid prompt and spelling to communicate, with an explanation as to why, including 5 specific reasons why SLPs should not use the approach. I did not need to log into ASHA's website as a member to search, so anyone can do a quick search. and I could access this warning without being a member. So this is something anyone can access if they do the search from ASHA's website. So I'm just going to show you an example of another topic using ASHA to illustrate journal access. This time I searched for non-speech oral motor exercises on ASHA. I did receive returns directing me to ASHA's evidence maps, which again, anyone can access those. However, if I want to read a journal article, such as this one by Macaulay, Strand, Loft Schooling, and Freimark, which is titled Evidence-Based Systematic Review, Effects of Non-Speech Oral Motor Exercises on Speech. This is what I see when I click on the ASHA search result. If you look at the top there, I get a red no access notice. So as a member of ASHA, I can log in and I can get this whole article. If I don't belong to ASHA, I have to pay at least $15 to read this article for 24 hours. I have to pay $30 if I want the whole journal for 24 hours. So this means that the general public cannot access this without paying. So it's a great resource. You got to pay up if you're not an ASHA member. These are our 4 ASHA journals that you as an ASHA member, you have access to everything without paying to access. I want to say without paying additional to access, because we do pay for our season membership. The American Journal of Audiology, the Journal of Speech Language Hearing Research, the American Journal of Speech Language Pathology, and Language Speech Hearing Services in the schools. So finally, you might go to some peer-reviewed search engines to look for information, particularly if you're searching for information in a different discipline or that's not available in a non-ASHA journal. So here's an example. In looking for information about natural speech acquisition in AAC, I located this article by Schlosser, Sigafus, Luiselli, and Engermeyer, and several more authors in 2007. It was published in Research in Autism Spectrum Disorders. And again, I am fortunate. I have access to this journal because I can log in using one of my adjunct accounts. But unless you're affiliated with an employer that pays to provide access, you will likely have to pay to read this article. And this is one of the challenges that we have in locating evidence. It's accessing it. So you should be aware that there's an active movement among researchers to publish in more open access, but still peer-reviewed formats to provide better dissemination of research. There are several open access journals, but you should know it never hurts to email an author of an article to see if they are willing to share information with you. As long as they're not bound by some kind of contract with the publishing company, they're usually pretty willing to share. I never got around to publishing my dissertation, but I have been asked multiple times to share copies for people who are looking for data that my data set matched. And I'm always happily sending it off, like use it, go do something with it. It's great. I've reached out to many authors myself when I've needed information that's behind a paywall. People are very willing to share if they are legally allowed to. So just a quick summary of where to search for external evidence. McLeod and Baker suggests using the ASHA Journal search function, the practice portal, the evidence maps, Google Scholar, Medline, the National Guideline Clearinghouse, the What Works Clearinghouse, the Music Briefs, which is the McGuire University Special Education Center, Talking EVP website, and again, consulting with other professionals, doing computer searches of abstract databases. If you have access, that's great. Google Scholar, try to avoid Google. Google Scholar, ASHA, or websites that refer you to peer-reviewed sources. You can chase footnotes. I'm a big footnote chaser. So that means that you read an article and you look at the references that they cite, and then you go chase those down. And again, reach out directly to researchers in the field. Oops. And then you should know that ASHA provides a list of online databases and other tools that can be useful in a literature search. I'm not going to open it, but the link is there, so you can access that. And here's one more resource that Travers shared at the 2022 Autism Convention or Conference. It provides you with a checklist that really kind of helps you consider qualities of credible claims of intervention effectiveness. So as you search for evidence, you should consider, is the intervention approach or product identified as evidence-based practice by one or more government agencies or university centers, et cetera? Is the intervention approach, or sorry, are you able to find the intervention approach included or described by practice guides published by professional organizations or government agencies? Do multiple textbooks, not popular books, textbooks, recommend the intervention in question with supporting citations and peer-reviewed research? Can you find a meta-analysis showing positive effects? And are you able to find a lit review of the research of the approach in question in a peer-reviewed journal? So just questions that can help guide you. And I had to share this because, well, both of these are a little concerning to me. So again, pulled from the one on the left, pulled from Speech Language Pathologists Against Pseudoscience on Facebook, which they took from the language nerds. Research, if you are looking for information, that involves going to places like Elsevier, Cambridge, Springer, Oxford, journals like Nature, even if they let one slip through every now and then. That's research. Research is not TikTok or Facebook or X or YouTube or your buddy's blog. And this is what's most commonly available to people. So when people say, oh, I researched it, I'm always like, where'd you get the information? Because now we have to ask. Because if you researched it and found it on Facebook, I have a concern. If you researched it and got it from a source like an ASHA evidence map or, a peer-reviewed journal or went through a search engine, okay, that's different. And then this is a recent publication in the Journal of Autism Developmental Disorders. It came out in August of 2023. The reach and accuracy of information on autism on TikTok. So pretty concerning because of the reach of social media platforms. These authors, they did a study and the results showed them that videos associated with the autism hashtag accrued 11.5 billion views collectively. An examination of just the top 133 videos providing informational content on autism totaled 198.7 million views, 25.2 million likes, and showed that only 27% of the videos were classified as accurate, while 41% were classified as inaccurate and 32% were overgeneralized. So we have a lot of misinformation on these not real research sources like TikTok. And this is what people are accessing for their information, for their quote unquote research. So we need to be really aware of this. Okay. I'm going to cut this to 5 minutes, not 10, which is going to limit you, but I apologize. I'm trying to stay on track for where I have us cutting for lunch. So go back to your PICO question that you wrote earlier and take some time and do a little bit of a search for evidence and just take note for yourself. Keep any sources that you have handy, note where you search, any barriers you might encounter like paywalls, and were you able to find some sources or information for your topic? So, I don't know if I can, I'm just gonna, oops, I did not want to add. Okay, I'm just gonna stop this when it gets to 10. So I'll give you guys 5 minutes. Sorry, I was muted. Just hold on to that information. There's a lot of barriers that we encounter when we search, whether it's paywall, having the time to do it, finding too much or too little on our topic. So these are all things that go hand in hand with Pico. And if I had days and days, I could walk us through all that, but okay. So we're going to start talking about step 3 of this process, which is to critically appraise the evidence from the search. This goes hand in hand with understanding the levels of evidence. So we're going to go back to that triangle that I keep showing by Travers to discuss levels of evidence, because it's not possible to appraise evidence until there's an understanding of the level of evidence. Okay. Let's just take a minute to think about research articles here. We all took at least one graduate course on research methods, and that involved identifying and understanding various components of the research article. So everybody knows what's in the abstract and what's in the lit review, the methods, and all the different parts. I genuinely enjoy reading research. I know that's not everybody, but I have a question for you. So I'm going to start this Menti. If you wouldn't mind answering, which parts of a research article do you read in detail when you're looking for evidence? Okay, so our large ones here, I see a lot of conclusion. We get abstract results, conclusion, are getting a lot of play there. They're our biggest words, so they're very popular answers. I appreciate you guys participating in this. And I have another question for you. Which section of a research article are you most likely to skim over when looking for evidence? Okay. I'm going to keep going here, but this is it's pretty on point with what I expected. So interestingly, often that method section part is just skimmed over. But this is the section that really tells us how credible something is. We don't know if we can trust the results in the discussion if we're skimming over the methods, because the methods is what tells us. That's what tells us, hey, can we really believe and put weight and evidence on what the discussion and results are telling us? So hopefully we'll skim over methods less. Because I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that we should be looking for. But this is very common. And I fully admit, even coming out of grad school, yeah, I skimmed method sections. It wasn't until I went back for my doctorate that I was like, oh no, everything is in this part. Got it. So I think that's something we can beef up at the master's level. So in the resource folder, this probably gives some people the shakes, but in the resource folder, there's just this list, this table of some of the important components of method sections that we look for in a research article. So we need to consider things like participants. And what are the reliability data reported? Are there standardized definitions for both independent and dependent variables, et cetera? So on this slide, you'll see I put a table together that I actually frequently still use when I'm reviewing research articles, so I can make a decision about the overall credibility and quality of it. And I didn't post it, but I do have a resource that I can post that will walk you through looking at each of these individual steps. So the levels of evidence hierarchy is what you're going to consider when you're determining a level of a research design. So in order to say, hey, the different research designs basically carry different levels of evidence. So we have to look at what those research designs are. So when you read the method sections, you want to be thinking about that research design and that level of evidence. And where does it fall in this triangle? So we briefly talked about anecdotes and testimonials, as well as expert opinions. And we already know those are low levels of evidence. When we look at experimental studies, these help us consider competing explanations for observations. So consideration needs to be given to potential for honest mistakes or errors, bias or motivation by the researcher, and differences across participants, locations, et cetera. More experiments with similar results are better than one. And high quality experiments are the ones with stronger research designs. Systematic reviews, they provide very confident levels of evidence. So researchers select a topic, locate all the available studies that they can find on that topic that fit their inclusion criteria. Studies are evaluated for quality. They're eliminated if they don't rise to the level of being experimental. So we get rid of things like case studies and anecdotes. Information about the participants, interventions, the effects, it's all extracted from the studies. And then researchers examine this and make broad conclusions about the state of the intervention. So for example, researchers might conclude the topic or the intervention that they've studied is evidence-based practice and recommend it. Or they may say, hey, it's not evidence-based practice and you need to not use it or be cautious if you're using it. Then we get to meta-analysis at the top of this triangle. We have a convinced level of evidence. They're very similar to lit reviews. Again, the researcher locates all available studies, evaluates for quality. Some are excluded again because they're not experimental in nature. But in a meta-analysis, an effect size is calculated, meaning the data are extracted to determine the amount of change that is attributed to the intervention. You get a large data set created from the data from the individual studies, and then statistical analysis provides the meta effect size, which is the amount of change that occurred in the studies when they're all combined. So those are just different levels of evidence. And you also have to address the quality of evidence in experimental studies, in systematic reviews and meta-analyses. So the Council for Exceptional Children has this document available on its website. It's titled the Council for Exceptional Children Standards for Evidence-Based Practices in Special Education. The link is provided for you. It shares their approach for categorizing the evidence by using quality indicators and criteria for two different research methods, group research and single subject research. So I'm just going to show you quickly here. Might be getting a little bit ahead of myself, but just in case you want to open this, I'm going to close this and come right back to it in about 2 minutes. Pardon my scrolling. I'm not trying to make anyone sick. I just have to get down on here. So it tells you about different research designs, about what we expect in experimental group comparison designs, and then single subject experimental designs. We very much appreciate that they include single subject experimental designs in here, because in the field of special education, speech pathology, we do a lot of single subject research. It's very hard to do group studies sometimes, depending on the population being studied. So there's some really good information here, and I'm going to come back to this in a minute. So in those experimental group designs, participants are divided into 2 or more groups to test the effects of a particular intervention that's manipulated by the researcher. And then the standards consider group comparison studies in which researchers study treatment and comparison groups through random and non-randomized design. Random is always better than non-randomized controlled trials. And it can include things like group quasi-experimental designs. It's all in there. And then single subject, that includes participants or individuals or small groups where they act as their own control. And then the repeated measures of dependent variables are collected over time, and that helps us test the effects of a particular intervention. So some common single subject designs are things like AB, multiple baseline, changing criterion, alternating treatment. There's a bunch of them. All right, so let me go back to this. I just want to show you the quality indicators. So if you're less familiar with research and you're not sure how to decide, is this a good study or not, or is this a good design? Starting, I think it's on page 7 here, table 1 has this label quality indicators. And you can see there's a B. The B stands for both. That means that it's applicable to both group and single subject design. And then anywhere you see an S, it's only applicable to single subject. Anywhere you see a G, it's applicable to group. So you can see the first quality indicator here is context and setting. The study provides sufficient information regarding the critical features of the context or setting. And then it tells you what that means. So that when you're reading a study, you can look at this and say, did it describe critical features of the context or setting relevant to the study? Did it talk about type of program or class or school or curriculum, etc.? And then you can decide, did it or didn't it? So there's several quality indicators here. I'm just going to scroll down till I see one that is, all right. So under number 6 here for internal validity, you can see that 6.4 would only be applicable to a group study. And that talks about it talks about assignment to groups. And then 6.5 down here is talking about single subject because it has the S, so that the design gives at least 3 demonstrations of experimental effects. So it's lengthy. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I just want you to know that here's a resource if you're not sure what to look for in terms of quality when you're reading a study. And then I've been showing you Travers' triangle of evidence because I like it. It's pretty simple. It's easy to read, but there's some additional examples that are worth knowing. So this one is on the ASHA website, and it's adapted from the Scottish Intercollegiate Guidelines Network. It's we've been looking at, gives expert opinion case studies. Those are all down at the bottom. Then you have your meta-analyses, systematic reviews of randomized controlled trials, etc. up at the top. So those are the strongest. This pyramid depiction of the hierarchy of evidence is from researchsquare.com. It offers additional information by indicating levels that are considered observational versus experimental versus critical appraisal. So again, it just helps you kind of figure out what you're looking at. And again, you'll note that expert opinion case study, those are down at the bottom, and our meta-analyses, systematic reviews are up at the top as giving us the most evidence. And then I want to share, these 2 tables are ones that I go to the most. I love these tables. They're not necessarily accessible to you, unfortunately, outside the fact that I've shared them right here. So these are hierarchy of evidence tables that were put forth by Schlosser and Raghavendra in 2004 on the Journal of AAC. I find it helpful in terms of determining level of group and single subject research designs. And what I really like about this is they break it into 2 tables. This first table is hierarchy of the evidence to inform intervention development and selection when you have participants who were participants with disabilities. Okay, so because we use different types of studies when we can't always do group design. So you'll see here, this one says participants with disabilities. Again, you get at the bottom, respectable opinion, pre-experimental case studies, etc. Up at the top, we have meta-analyses. And then this is their table for the same table, but to inform intervention development and selection when you have participants who do not have disabilities included as participants in the study. So you'll see that this table looks a little bit different, but again, meta-analyses at the top, respectful opinion at the bottom, but it just kind of further breaks down the studies. So you might not always know what a factorial design is and where to put it. So I like that it tells you, okay, that's like a mid-level 2. That will help you figure out level of evidence. And I am going to save this next part until after lunch because it is 11:44 and no one's going to want me to get into this right now. So I am going to quickly just advance to my lunch slide. I'm only a little bit behind. That's good. Okay, so it's 11:44, but I'm going to start this timer in a minute and you have 1 hour till lunch. And I will start again at 12:45. So please enjoy lunch and I will catch up on the chat and everything during lunch. So if you're looking for me, I'll be around the computer. Okay. Welcome back. I hope everyone had I want to say peaceful and restful lunch, but I don't know. I know what the end of the school year is like. I know we're getting there. So hopefully you at least got some time to eat and get a couple things done. I'm going to back us up to where we left off, which was right here. Okay, and we're going to get started again. Okay. All right, so just as a reminder, to back up a little further, right before the lunch break, we're just kind of looking at these different hierarchies that you can access in terms of figuring out what level is your research design. Again, I tend to use the Schlosser and Raghavendra ones a lot. I really like them. But now that you have access to some of these resources, we're actually going to do a little bit of practice. So I'm going to show you some samples and we're going to try to figure out what the level of evidence is that would be associated with the research design. So we're not looking at the quality indicators, just looking at the overall level of the research design. Oops, okay. So here we have, and I just took a screenshot of the abstract. So this is from Skelton and Hagopian, using randomized variable practice in the treatment of childhood apraxia of speech. And you can see that I highlighted under the method section in the abstract. It's not always available, but this one is. It says a research design of multiple baselines across participants was used. And that there were 3 children as participants. So if you go back and look at those hierarchy of evidence options, either the triangles or the tables, you can decide where you think that falls. And I have them here just as a quick reminder. Oops. And I'm going to show you where that one falls. So for this first one, we're really I would say this is level 2, because I tend to use the Schlosser and Raghavendra articles. So you can see right down here, multiple baseline design, right in that level 2 on one of the Schlosser tables. Right here, non-randomized controlled trials on the Research Square one, and it would fall under experimental studies on the Travers triangle. Okay, so that's multiple baseline design. If we look at another one, another example, this is published in the Physical and Occupational Therapy Pediatrics Journal. It investigated home-based parent implementation of the floor time intervention for 11 preschool children with autism. So I'm just going to give you a few seconds, take a look at this. Again, just the abstract and decide the level of evidence that you think you would assign to it. You don't have to share. I'm just going to give you a couple seconds to look at that. And I did highlight the design and the method. Okay. And for this one, we would really be looking at 2 factors. First, the study design is pre-experimental. which is listed under a level 4. In addition, it's from the Special Interest Group 17 Perspectives newsletter, which is peer reviewed. All the Perspectives newsletters are peer reviewed. They don't go through quite the same rigor and winding that we do in scholarly journals, but overall, because it's pre-experimental, I put it right on the edge of between expert opinion and experimental on the driver's triangle. Comes down here to level 4 on the Schlosser table at pre-experimental designs. You can see I kind of put it over here because we're looking, again, not experimental, so I can't really put it in that range. Non-analytical, or right down here on the ASHA one. So this one's lower. And I want you to take a look at this one. This is an article published. Oh, I was ahead of myself. Sorry, that last one was Bellinger, Olette, and Robertson. This one is the one that was. I'm just going to back up and make sure I'm on the right slide. There you go. So this one was the one on floor time. So published in the Physical Occupational Therapy Pediatrics Journal. This time there's nothing highlighted. Just take a look here and see what you think. So if you take a look at the abstract, and again, you don't have to share what you're thinking in terms of research design level. But what are you thinking from reading this abstract? Just take a minute. Okay, so with this one, so this is why it's really important to be able to download the whole study to read it. I highlighted design-related information here, but nowhere in the abstract does it list the actual research design. So it does refer to it as a pilot study, but you don't know what the design was in that pilot study just from reading the abstract. You know, it's in a peer-reviewed journal. You know, it had 11 children with autism and their mothers, and it's a pilot study, and that it was looking at DIR, but that's all you know. So I was able to locate a PDF of this whole article on ResearchGate, which is open. So you could go read this one if you wanted to. And after reviewing the method section, I noticed that it was a group pre-test, post-test design. And so knowing that it's pre-test, post-test, I would have assigned it a level 4. But I included this one because I just wanted you guys to see you can't always go by just a little abstract clip. Often you can look at something and be like multiple baseline design, got it. Or it's an RCT, great. It's not always there. So sometimes you have to get access to that article. All right. So on the Schoology or on the Padlet, whichever one you prefer, there's an activities materials section. And they both have it. It's in Schoology, it's on the Padlet. It's either materials for activities or activity. I honestly can't remember what I called it. But if you click on the levels of evidence practice document, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to look. There's 4 examples on there. And I'd like you to take a look and assign each individual example a level of evidence. And then again, I'm not asking you to share it in the chat or anything, but I'm going to give you 10 minutes, take a look at that. And then when we come back, I'll show you what I have so you can kind of compare it to what you have. Okay, I'm going to stop it there since I hit reset twice by accident. Let's take a look. So here is the first one. This is Cycles Approach for Speech Therapy, everything you wanted to know. So hopefully you can tell now this is a level 5 because this is a blog. It may be very, very good information. I didn't read it. I just screenshot it as an example. But the source itself, it's a 5, comes from a blog. This one is a level 4. So if you look right here in the top line, the primary purpose of this case study. So we have a case study here. So this is a level 4. This one's actually a level 3. So treatment approach considerations. This one somewhere in here, even with my glasses on, watch me struggle to find this. It says something about, should have written this down. It's something about a narrative. So if you go back and look at the tables, this one ends up being a level 3. It's not going to jump out at me because summary of current. No, that's not it. Well, I know it's in here because I ran through these yesterday. And then this last one is a level 2 because it is a single subject multiple baseline design. So if you go back to the Schlosser tables, it's a level 2. If you were to look at the Travis triangle, you'd be looking at level 3 experimental. So I would put this one at a 2 because the Schlosser one breaks it down a little bit further. Already had lunch. We're all done there. Okay. So a couple other things. This is a nice resource from ASHA that I just wanted to share, so you can access it at the link. But it's a chart that clarifies which study would best address your clinical question. And I really like that feature. So if, for example, you're asking about treatment and service delivery, which is the second one here. So you were looking to determine the efficacy of an intervention. For example, what's the most effective treatment to improve cognition in adults with traumatic brain injury? The preferred study design, if you can find it, is a randomized controlled trial. Other studies that you could take a look at if an RCT is not available would be a controlled trial that's non-randomized or single subject case experimental design. So I really like this because it kind of helps you to figure out what should I be finding in terms of research design if I'm looking at screening questions or service delivery questions, etc. And then this is another ASHA resource. Clinicians also really need to consider their bias and know that it occurs in research. So ASHA provides this chart, which can be located at the link that's here. It outlines the common types of bias, such as selection performance, the potential impact of the bias, how to solve that issue, which is really up to the researchers. Questions that SLPs should ask themselves in determining if bias was present. If, for example, there's a selection bias possibly in how the participants were selected for participation in the study, then the participants may differ significantly from the population with which you're concerned. So it's just a nice chart. It's also in the resources on Schoology and the Padlet. And then I didn't put a picture of this one on here, but also on the Schoology resources folder in Padlet is a link to a statistics refresher from ASHA. And I will say, I like that. It's a really nice quick reference list so that if you're reading a study and you come across a statistic you're not sure about, you look it up and it not only tells you like what it is, but it tells you here's a good number for it and here's a bad number for it. So it's a nice resource. Okay, so now that you've looked at levels of evidence, and we've talked about how to look at quality of evidence. We've not gone deeply into that because that's like a massive project, but that's what the CEC reference is for. We need to consider what it means for the overall level of evidence and the quality when we take it as a whole. So you might go out and you pull all these individual pieces, all these individual resources, and now what does it mean in its entirety? When I take the resources that I found, that you found, that our friend found, and now we bring them all together, what do we do? So the Council for Exceptional Children offers criteria for 5 evidence-based classifications. And these are evidence-based practice, potentially evidence-based practice, mixed evidence, insufficient evidence, and negative effects. So if you, again, open this link, same resource, except I'm just gonna show you a second table in here now. So I'm gonna scroll down to table 2 this time, which starts right at the bottom of this page. So I like this resource because again, it tells you, okay, well, we have our individual pieces of information and we've appraised them using those quality indicators, but what does it mean overall? So here, you can see that if you're going to call something evidence-based, an intervention, so you found these separate pieces, now you're bringing them together, then it needs to have at least 2 methodologically sound group comparison studies with random assignment, 4 methodologically sound group comparison studies with non-random assignment, or 5 that are methodologically sound with single subject study design. So I like this because it tells you like what you need to go look for in order to hit an established level of evidence. And then here's the requirements for potential for evidence-based practice. Here's one for mixed. You go down and then you have insufficient and negative. So it's just a nice resource that you can access. Again, we're not gonna go into detail with this because that would take days and days, but it's just a really nice resource. So I wanted to share that with you. ASHA also recommends considering the relevance of your research question to the evidence that you found. So how closely connected is the study to your question? You can ask yourself, does this study investigate a population similar to my client? Earlier this year, I met with a supervisor who was, they've been given some research about a student and an intervention, and they were really struggling with they didn't really think the research showed what the advocate thought it showed. And when I met with her, we started talking about the population that was in the research study, and it wasn't anything close to the students that were in the school. So it's a really important question to ask yourself. Does the study investigate a population similar to my client? Because if it doesn't, you're limited in how generalizable those results are. Does the study review an intervention that I could use to advance my client's goals? Are the study outcomes related to my question? If the study does not perfectly match my PICO elements, can it provide clinically relevant insights to guide my clinical decisions? So there's an ASHA reference link here to additional information regarding assessing evidence that, again, in all your free time, you can take a look at that one. So I'm actually gonna skip over this one for now, but because I don't want to take 10 minutes right now. But if you were able to find individual references or pieces of evidence for the PICO question during your search, you could go compare it to the levels of evidence rubrics, so those triangles in the tables, and then to the CEC quality indicators. And then ask yourself these questions to see, is it evidence you can use? Does it help answer your PICO question? Can you give it any weight? But since we just did an activity, I'm going to skip this one for now. All right, so now we need to make a decision. So step 4 of the evidence-based practice process is really considering the results of the appraisal and making a decision. So in order to make a decision, we come back to the triad of characteristics that comprise evidence-based practice. So clinicians need to consider their own clinical expertise, the external evidence found and appraised, as well as the internal data and observations collected from the individual client and the client or their caregiver's perspective. And then ASHA suggests that we use the DECIDE framework to remember to implement all steps of the evidence-based practice and to guide clinical decision-making. So in defining our clinical question, we have gathered external and internal evidence. Can't forget that internal, the data you have specifically about your client. And we determine the validity and trustworthiness of the results. Then you should complete the first 3 steps of evidence-based practice prior to making any clinical decisions. Then we extrapolate clinically applicable information from the external evidence. So some results may directly align with our client in the setting, but often we're going to need to determine whether or not those overall results are compelling and meaningful enough to generalize and apply to our clients, because it's so hard to find that research to practice match. Then we're going to consider our clinical expertise and the expertise of others, use our training, knowledge, clinical expertise to collect and analyze the internal evidence, and to interpret and apply external evidence when making a clinical decision. So again, you have to look at the data from your individual client, and you really, I love the word analyze. It's not just collecting it and looking at it. You have to sit and analyze that data. Well, what do it mean? Are you getting patterns? Are you, this is why I love graphing data, because you get to see it. So you should also be referring to all of the codes of ethics in decision-making as needed. Oops. Okay, we incorporate the needs and perspectives of our clients, their caregivers, and their families into our assessment and intervention decisions. So these needs and perspectives can provide insight into their priorities, values, and expectations. Understanding what's important to our client and considering their unique characteristics will help us decide our treatment plan, increase client participation and engagement in the actual therapy. We need to develop a treatment plan by bringing together the three components of evidence-based practice. So in some clinical situations, we might need to prioritize one of those evidence-based components. So for example, if external scientific evidence reports harm, then we really need to strongly advocate against using that approach, even if that's the preferred client method. So sometimes, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. You really do need to consider all three components, but you may not necessarily be considering them equally. And then before we get into the E and the decide framework, here's step 5 of the evidence-based practice process. We need to monitor for success or failure of that implemented practice. This is ongoing. We are constantly collecting data. And the E and decide belongs to our last step in the process. You need to evaluate your clinical decision. So use a trial period. We're gonna move forward with this approach. Let's set a trial period. Let's collect internal evidence data on our client. Analyze that clinical information. That way we can ensure that the intervention is either appropriate, or if it's not, adjust the treatment plan as needed. This whole process is dynamic, requires a lot of ongoing evaluation. So if you don't see progress, if your client's needs or circumstances have changed, or even if you need to reprioritize goals, you're going to cycle through the evidence-based practice process again and find another option that can better serve your client. Analysis of client performance should form the basis for evidence-informed decision-making throughout the whole therapy process. I always say this wrong. I always say Oz. It's Olswang and Bain in 1994 proposed 4 questions, and the answers to which rely on practitioner observation of client behavior and really should guide the course of therapy. So those questions are, is the client responding to the treatment program? Are we seeing change one way or the other? Is a significant important change occurring? Is the treatment responsible for the change? And how long should a therapy target be treated? I'm going to go back to that third one. Is the treatment responsible for the change? It's really important for us when we're trialing different approaches. We really need to consider confounding variables, because if you're doing something in the school setting and the parent might be pursuing a different type of therapy outside of the school setting, you don't know if it's your intervention that's making a difference or if it's the combination of the two that's making the difference. So you really need to have these discussions with families about how we're going to decide, is the treatment responsible for change, and see what confounding variables you can minimize. And then SLP's role in data collection, we need to write goals that can be operationally defined for observation so that quantitative or objective data can be collected. So quantitative data is objective, it's operationally defined, it's measurable. This is me on a soapbox, but that means we can't use words like appropriate in IEPs. You can't say increase without giving a baseline. We really have to be careful. We take generalization probes for target skills, graph the data for quick, easy visual analysis. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. You can have all your data there. If you can get it into a graph, that visual display means a lot. You can provide qualitative or subjective data for descriptors of skills in the context that you have and include observations of other team members. I'm a big fan of qualitative research, but in terms of looking for change in intervention, you can't rely only on qualitative data. You need that quantitative data. You want to set up a plan for data collection. And then importantly, you need to meet to review data on a set schedule. So whenever, you plan to implement something, work with a family or a team, set up a schedule. When are we going to meet to look at this data and decide what it means? This is just it's just a graphic for the overall cycle of evidence-based process. This one comes from ASHA for clinical decision-making using EVP. Okay. So there are many factors that influence SLP selection of treatment approaches. In 1999, Alan Comey wrote an article about factors that influence the selection of new treatment approaches. He was looking specifically at SLPs. In it, he asked the reader to pause and reflect about their therapeutic decisions of the day. So I'm going to do that same exercise right now, just for 2 minutes. I want you to reflect about some of the questions that Comey asked in his article, and I listed them here. So think about the therapy you did today, yesterday, or last week. Did you use a proven treatment approach? Can you cite articles that support efficacy of the approach? What made you choose the approach you used? Are you using the same approach you were taught in graduate school? And what would make you use a treatment approach that is different from the one that you're using now? So just think about those for 2 minutes. Okay. So now that you've reflected on those, I'm going to ask you to answer a couple of mentees here. Okay. So thinking about the therapy you've done in the last week or so, did you use a proven treatment approach? So yes, you're absolutely sure, you're not sure, or you tried something that was unproven. So some people answering, but I'm happy to see that it looks like most people are saying yes, definitely. Some people saying they're not sure. A couple of people saying they know they've tried something not proven. At some point, we all have. There's nothing wrong. Well, something we want to be aware of, but it's something we've all done. Okay, so let's go to the next one. So here's another question for you. Can you cite articles that support the efficacy of the approaches you used? Is it yes for all approaches, for some of them, or no, you need to go look for evidence? Okay, so this tends to be pretty common. It's more likely that many of us could identify some, or would have to go look. I think it would be pretty rare for me to be able to walk into a clinic setting, or a school setting and say to the SLP, hey, give me a research citation for the therapy approach you're using, that they'd be able to give me one. So a lot of us will say like, hey, we did learn those citations a while ago, but we've forgotten them. And it's not that, it's just important because so many of us do come up, unfortunately, against litigious situations. So you do want to make sure that you can cite evidence that backs up whatever you're using, the strategy, the approach. Okay, one more, and then we'll get away from mentees for a little bit. This one I think is open. It's like an open response one. So why did you choose the approach you used, or the one that you're thinking of? Okay. I love when people respond. You can see how small, because you don't all have the exact same wording, but some of these are pretty similar. But the ones that are really standing out as larger is because it works. I've had experience in it. That's our clinical expertise part. I learned it in grad school. These look like the biggest ones that I can see in there. Okay. All right. So Kami, this one's in a 1994 study. He found that clinicians, regardless of experience, rated interpersonal and attitudinal factors as significantly more important than the technical and procedural aspects of therapy. When asked to characterize their approach to treatment, Kami reported that clinicians describe themselves as having an eclectic approach. And when asked why they used a particular approach, Kami reported that clinicians responded because it worked. Now, his article was written 10 years prior to the reauthorization of IDEA. So then that actually, his whole article talks about how it bothered him that one of the responses was because it worked, because he wanted more from them. But he also started to recognize, or he did recognize by the end of the article, that the because it worked is that clinical expertise piece. So that is one triad of the evidence-based practice triangle. But again, his article was written prior to the reauthorization of IDEA in 2004. So now we are legally mandated to use EBP, again, by IDEA, by ESSA, by Chapter 14 in Pennsylvania. So I'm hopeful that we can start to be mindful of that, so that if we're asked that again, the answers that we give are going to be a little bit more different from Kami. And we can start getting towards, hey, because we know it's evidence-based, and that you can maybe cite a source so that you know it's evidence-based. And then even if you, again, if you go with that because it works part, it would be better to respond because my internal evidence, my client data, show that it's working, because then you're combining both. Hey, I've seen this work, my clinical expertise, and hey, my internal client data show that it's working for the client. So why don't treatment efficacy studies have more of an impact on the selection of intervention approaches? Because really quickly, if I jump back to that word cloud, now it's hard to not, here I am leaning on close to the screen, even with my glasses on. I'm seeing things like because it worked, I learned it at a workshop, continuing ed, others had success, but I'm not seeing anything about, I read about it in a study or anything along those lines, right? So why don't treatment efficacy studies have more of an impact on selection of intervention approach? So Kami talked about this in a 1999 article. He discussed that the literature may not translate well into practice because many clinicians' questions don't translate to sound methodological experimental studies. So we are constantly as clinicians saying, I want research that I can translate into practice, right? But the questions we have are often difficult to translate into a research question because of how tightly controlled things have to be, because of how rigorous they have to be in the scientific method. So that's a problem. Clinicians also might struggle to locate empirical data to support their selection of a treatment approach when confronted with the enormous and often conflicting body of literature on treatment approaches and their effectiveness. So we find conflicting information out there. We're supposed to consider all that. Sometimes it's not that the evidence conflicts, it's that people's feelings towards interventions conflict with what the evidence shows. So it's really important that we start to look at the literature in total, but we need to make time to start working through some of this so that we know what does work and what does support the treatments that we choose. Oh, I lied. Look, there's another mentee. Sorry. So I just gave you two reasons: the potentially very large and conflicting body of research at times, and the fact that our clinical questions don't always translate well into research questions and vice versa. So can you think of any other reasons? And you can include those too if that's what they are for you. But what are some reasons that you can think of for why you may rely less on research studies in intervention selection approach? I think I need to screenshot this at some point. Because 100% time is a huge issue. And you may know that Patton has the APR initiative, the Attract, Prepare, Retain initiative. There's a committee that's together. We're working hard for SLPs, and I'll probably screenshot this to share. Like we all want more time. So yes, it is very time consuming to practice evidence-based practice. You need time to sit down to go do your search. You need time to evaluate each individual piece of evidence. You need time to come to an overall conclusion about that evidence. You need time to talk to your team members about it. It can be very difficult to read. It can be difficult to access. So you might not be able to get a hold of it. So beyond what Kami shared about the large body being sometimes conflicting and it not always translating to our clinical practice and our practice into research questions. Yes, you've identified the major barrier we have, which is time. Okay. All right, so I actually love this section. I like talking about reasons, like how do we know what we know? So how do we acquire knowledge? And how do we know what we know? How do we accept new information as accurate or truthful? Knowledge can be acquired in many ways. A philosopher named Charles Sanders Peirce outlined 4 general methods that people use in order to know something. And these are tenacity, authority, reason or intuition, and science. All right, so first there's the method of tenacity. And Peirce described this as the most common means of fixing belief. So this method avoids the irritation of doubt by way of really steadfast adherence to the views we already hold. These views are typically those that we find most agreeable and are maintained not by the pursuit of truth, but by preference, personal opinion, and habit. So to remain tenacious, we shield ourselves from contradictory opinions or evidence. So these are things like, I know it's true, I've always believed it. The last one makes me laugh. People who know me personally know I am very tenacious about UConn basketball, and the last one always gets me here. I will discuss with anyone at any time with some data about why I think my squad is the best ever in college basketball. But because I'm tenacious about it, when I start to get confronted with a contradictory viewpoint, like when I'm watching a game and they're losing, I shut it off. So I shield myself from it. So it's an example. I'm like, nope, don't need to see that. So here's an example of tenacity in action in our field. So, briefly, I took a look at the parking lot before lunch ended, and I love the questions you guys are asking. And if we have time at the end of today, I'm going to jump into it and start addressing some of them. There was one I do want to talk about really quickly because somebody asked me to just describe spelling to communicate. So if you're not familiar with it, then great, because hopefully it's not coming back in your area. But spelling to communicate is a form of facilitated communication. And facilitate communication, the facilitator used to physically prompt someone, usually by the wrist or the elbow, to tap a letterboard. And in the early 90s, Howard Shane and some others did some studies after some allegations of abuse arose and were able to definitively and scientifically show that communicating through facilitated communication is not communication on the part of the person who is supposed to be communicating. It's actually the facilitator who is communicating. Now, it's shifted a little bit. There's a lot of different variations of it. One of them is spelling to communicate. And in that method, here, hopefully you guys can see, the facilitator will hold up, really hard to see, a board that has an alphabet on it. And they will hold the board. They won't touch the person, but they use a lot of like melodic intonation. There's all kinds of like verbal cueing going on. And they will hold the board when you watch it, the board moves, so that the person can tap it. So that's really what Spelling to Communicate is. Or S2C, there's a lot of video of it online, so you can take a look. I would highly encourage anyone who's interested in the science side of it to take a look at the website facilitatedcommunication.org. It is run by a very dedicated group of researchers. And also on that one is Janice Boynton, who was one of the original facilitators of FC, who was involved in the abuse case. She has done a wonderful job over the last 3 decades now of advocating against. So she saw the science and accepted it for what it was and realized FC was not real. And she is one of the people who now helps run that website. So it's a really great resource. So I just wanted whoever asked to know what that was, since I'm using it as an example so much today. Okay, so proponents of Spelling to Communicate, rapid prompt, which is very similar, cite a Jaswal study from 2020 as proof that Spelling to Communicate is effective. And this is the title: Eye tracking reveals agency in assisted autistic communication. So you read that and you're like, that looks great. However, researchers such as Katie Beals in 2021, Schlosser and Prabhu in 2024, specifically identify many of the problems and flaws in the Jaswal study, such as the fact that the independent variable was not actually measuring authorship at all. It was measuring the amount of time spent moving from like one letter to the next. So it was like a latency type study. It was not measuring authorship. They offer counterpoints and provide commentary that concludes that the study offers no evidence to verify authorship for Spelling to Communicate. So proponents of S2C shield themselves from this compelling evidence and they ignore it. So if you are a proponent of S2C, you will accept the Jaswal study and ignore the Beals, Schlosser, and Prabhu information. It's also worth noting that in the Schlosser one in 2024, the author specifically discussed the various ways in which implementing S2C violates our various codes of ethics. So it's worth a read. All right, so then we have authority. This focuses on community. So people accept knowledge from a trusted individual or a group of individuals who have been designated as authoritative producers of knowledge. The information could be sound or unsound. Consider that in the United States, we generally accept the authority of the Food and Drug Administration regulating food safety. Much of the FDA's authority is built on scientific evidence and is likely sound information. However, the method can be unsound if everyone just accepts the word of authority without examining or questioning the qualifications of the source of knowledge. So here's an example showing the potential problem with authority specific to our speech and language world. So as I just said, the method or information shared can be unsound if we just accept the word of the authority without examining the qualifications of the source of knowledge. So on this screen, you can see two logos. The first one in red is for the International Society of Augmentative and Alternative Communication, also known as ISAC. ISAC was founded in 1983, and its mission is to promote the best possible communication for people with complex communication needs. The second logo is from the International Association for Spelling as Communication, also known as IASC. I think it was founded in 2019. I could not find definitive information on the start date. Its mission is to advance communication access for non-speaking individuals globally through training, education, advocacy, and research. So what happens here if everyone just accepts the word or authority without examining or questioning the qualifications of these two sources? Because these both look pretty legitimate, right? And the IASC one says access, agency, autonomy. So it looks good. So I took the time to review the credentials of the executive board for each organization. So Isaac has term limits for its executive board members. The current term is 2022 to 2024, so they're in their last year. There are 8 members, all of whom are licensed and certified to work in the field of speech pathology, or have master's and or doctorate degrees in the field of speech pathology, and or special education. Many work at universities and are active in providing AAC services to various populations. They do appear to have the qualifications to be an accurate source of knowledge. I Ask has 4 members identified as executive leadership. One is an SLP who does not currently hold receipts from ASHA. The other 3 members have degrees in areas such as public relations and marketing. I Ask also has a board of directors comprised of 8 individuals who have business backgrounds, but do not hold degrees in areas related to communication disorders. Several members also have family members who use spelling to communicate. Now, Isaac, so ISAAC, has a position statement that it does not support FC as a valid form of AAC. It says that spelling to communicate, right, hang on, let me back it up. Isaac has a position statement that says it does not support FC as a valid form of AAC, a valid means for people to access AAC, or a valid means to communicate important life decisions. So they're saying we don't think it's AAC. It's not a way to access when you're getting cued like that. And it's certainly not valid in terms of making important life decisions if that's the methodology you're being provided. Their position statement is based on the evidence, which is data, from studies that are peer-reviewed. Alternatively, I Ask purports to support all forms of AAC with a focus on methods of spelling and typing. So I went and I reviewed the I Ask site extensively, and I could not find a single reference to anything other than spelling to communicate, which is an offshoot of facilitated communication, something that numerous qualified authorities have spoken out against and is not considered a valid form of AAC. But I Ask has the appearance of being an authority, and many people don't take the time to examine the qualifications of the source that makes recommendations. So the responsibility to question the qualifications of the source of knowledge, it's part of the evidence-based process. It's critically appraising the source, and it's our responsibility. So if I often wonder if I Ask intentionally chose letters to look so close to Isaac, because Isaac is a well-established, qualified body on AAC. I Ask is not, but they have the appearance of it. So it's really, again, really important that we dig and we go behind the scenes and make that determination. Are they really qualified to be considered an authority figure or an authoritative group on AAC? Personally, I would argue no. Okay, the third reason is the method of reason or intuition. And this method relies on use of pure reason based on prior assumptions that are considered to be self-evident, with little or no consideration given to the role of experience in the acquisition of knowledge. So a serious limitation of this is that experience may show that a self-evident truth is not a valid assumption in a logical system. And if the assumption is wrong, then the conclusion is going to be wrong. So it's that whole idea of, I know this is true because it makes sense to me. But if you're wrong, then everything's going to be wrong. So here's an example of how this can be problematic. This is, again, from the I Ask website. So they have it's like a blog section on myths and facts I forget exactly which part it's called, but it's from their website. I think it's about dispelling common myths about non-speaking people. So the myth that they list here is that the ability to follow 2 or 3 step directions means that that the inability to follow 2 or 3 step directions means that a person either has a hearing issue or doesn't understand simple directions. So they're saying that's a myth. Okay. And they're saying that now let's look at their fact. They're saying that the fact is there's nothing wrong with our hearing or understanding. We're very capable of hearing and knowing what we need to do. However, our apraxia sets in. Apraxia is the inability to carry out purposeful motor actions. In order to carry out the task, our bodies may need to be prompted. For example, I need to be prompted when taking a shower to ensure that I turn the water on, wash my body, turn the water off. I know what to do, but the brain-body disconnect makes it difficult to complete all steps. So they're saying that the inability to not follow 2 or 3 step directions, or the inability to follow, is not just because someone's hearing impaired or doesn't understand. They're saying that it's because apraxia sets in. That's their fact. So, this might have made sense to the author. Okay, this might be their reason. But it's problematic if the assumption is incorrect. And I would argue that the assumption is incorrect. For example, simple directions are typically 1 step, while following multi-step directions is a more complex skill. So perhaps the directions contain some unfamiliar vocabulary words. Possibly the directions contain sequence words or conditional words. So it's possible that there's a receptive language issue here, or perhaps a short-term memory issue, or perhaps even an executive function issue in difficulty getting started, which is unrelated to motor issues. It could even be that the person just doesn't want to follow the direction, so they're ignoring it. So there are many reasons for a person to not follow directions other than apraxia. So in this case, the author is making an assumption here. And if the assumption is wrong, the conclusion is wrong. And then the 4th method of knowing is the method of science. So it's widely heralded as the most powerful and objective means available to gain new knowledge. It can endorse currently held beliefs, but it can also call those beliefs into doubt. This is not an inclusive list. I just threw down some examples. But science has disproven or called into doubt several things in special education fields. Fast forward, interactive metronome, still take communication, rapid prompts, flying to communicate, non-speech oral motor exercises. There are more. This is just a short list that I put together because we know that science has called this into doubt over the years. So it might not seem important to know why some people reject science. However, knowing why people feel this way can help us to better respond and better collaborate. For example, an intuitive first response to unscientific attitudes is to repeat the evidence in language that is as clear and digestible as possible. But that only works if evidence, data, and argument drives attitudes. So for me, if you want to change my mind about something, come at me with data and evidence. That's what's going to work for me. If I'm talking to one of my siblings, it's not going to work. I can give them all the research in the world. It's not what it doesn't drive their they're not. I don't want to they're all very scientific, smart individuals. They're just not in this field. They're all in business. So the way I come at things with science, it's not how things operate in their life. So it's not the way to approach them if I want to change their mind about something. And often that's what happens with our families and our coworkers. We're coming from a different approach, from a different understanding of acquiring knowledge. So the principle of explication assumes that evidence, data, and argument drives attitudes. While this might be true for some, there's evidence that the path works the other way around too. So people develop an attitude and are motivated to search for evidence to service that attitude. So in other words, people do not adopt the scientific process, weighing up the evidence before reaching a conclusion. Rather, they operate like cognitive lawyers, engaging in a biased and selective search for information with the view to reinforcing their pre-existing attitude. In this process of motivated reasoning, evidence is sampled and critiqued selectively in order to reinforce what one already wants to believe. So strong anti-attitudinal arguments are ignored or dismissed, whereas weak pro-attitudinal arguments are treated as definitive. Just another little screen grab from SLPs Against Pseudoscience, which they pulled from Dr. Jonathan, I think it's Stay. Always ask yourself, what evidence will convince me that I'm wrong? If the answer is nothing, then you are not adhering to the rules of science or logic. So when I talk to individuals who are proponents of S2C, and they're trying to convince me that I'm wrong, because I'm not a proponent, they always say to me, well, what will it take? And I say, show me the empirical data. I want empirical data. And then there's a fallback to case studies, and I always get references emailed to me, sent to me. Okay, look at this, but it's a case study. It's an anecdote. It's a testimonial. I want the empirical data because I adhere to the rules of science. That means that if I'm presented with empirical data that shows S2C is true authorship, then I have to be open to changing my mind. That's what science is. Okay. So school-based SLPs, rationale for assessment. Okay, so I want to take just a quick minute to share information about about what influences SLP assessment intervention selection. So a 2018 study highlighted that school-based SLPs rationale for assessment, tool selection, and diagnostic decisions appeared to be influenced by school district policies and not by an EBP framework. So let's take a moment to reflect on that. How do you select your assessment tools? What about intervention? So just take 2 minutes to think about that. Are you potentially driven by district policies? What are your thoughts? Just think to yourself. Or you can share in the chat if you'd like. Okay. So, for those of you who did put information in the chat, I hear you. So, it's what you have access to. It's about district policies, special education director and parents. It's a combination of both. It's not always evidence-based, but we don't always have a choice because special education directors will change it without our prior approval or knowledge. We still are bound by our position. And you can't give something you don't have access to. And you do have to follow the directions of your administrators. So there are many things at play here. If guided by an evidence-based practice framework, the SLP should try to take steps such as gathering and reviewing evidence from available research on assessment tools with the best diagnostic accuracy. Now, that's a challenge. We know that a lot of our assessments don't have good specificity and sensitivity. So often we are asked to at least administer or attempt to administer a standardized test. But SLPs could also consider their own expertise in assessment tools and use that and help in making diagnostic decisions. So we can give a language sample analysis that actually has really high correlation with accurate diagnoses. We can use things like % of consonants correct for speech samples. Lastly, the SLP should consider which assessment methods might work best for different students. So will standardized vocabulary tests actually capture and accurately represent a student's true vocabulary skills? It might not for your student. So you might end up doing something like an ecological assessment or a checklist to supplement. So the final assessment procedure really should be decided upon by considering all of the three components. So what's going to work for that client perspective, thinking about what's going to work for your client, what do you know based on your clinical expertise and judgment, and then what you have to do. You might have to get some data, some evidence from something like a standardized assessment. But you can also go get that external data about that assessment so you can talk about any limitations. There's research that shows that SLPs do accurately assess levels of evidence, meaning they recognize that a meta-analysis carries more weight than an expert in terms of expertise, like expert input. A randomized controlled trial is more meaningful than a case study, etc. However, SLPs more frequently access sources such as professional development lectures and local experts, which could be evidence-based sources. They do that more than research articles. We did some mentees, we know why. Time, access, translation of research to practice, there's all kinds of barriers we face. And SLPs also rely more on their own clinical expertise and thoughts from colleagues than they do on research studies. So that part I would love to see change. I would love if we could access more research and consider it. 2019 study did show that SLPs report relying on journal articles for professional development regarding evidence-based treatments for children with autism. So for some reason, children with autism, we tend to consult the literature more. And family-centered approaches that take into account parent values, preferences, priorities, it's considered integral in delivering high-quality intervention. So this may at times lead to tension between parents and professionals around the use of unsupported interventions that are valued or preferred by one of the parties. Professionals might feel under pressure to use these interventions in order to honor parental preferences. You want to kind of maintain your rapport and relationship. But Dollahan suggested that we should give equal consideration to the research evidence and professional obligations under codes of ethics and clinical guidelines. So honestly, it's really challenging when SLPs and parents are not on the same page in terms of assessment and intervention selection, specifically if it's a non-evidence-based approach that's being requested. So how do we handle those situations? I'm sure most, if not all of you, have been in that situation, and it's hard. So several years ago, I was in an IEP meeting and I was serving in an interim administrator role at the time. Family came in and requested that the school team begin to use a non-evidence-based intervention as the communication method. My response to the family was to tell the family that the intervention was not evidence-based, that we were bound by IDEA in Chapter 14, and ESSA to use evidence-based practice with their child. And I was also thinking about my ethical obligations. I shared several research citations about the intervention. I pulled those articles and sent them home. Essentially, I resisted the request, explained my reasons, but did not engage in real conversation about it. So unsurprisingly, the parents did not react positively to my response. The case was long and drawn out, and the ultimate outcome was due process, and that may not have changed. But I have no doubt that I should have responded differently to the family's initial request, because it really did deny them the chance to participate in the evidence-based decision-making process as team members. So knowing full well that the team, meaning the parents and the school professionals, wanted what was best for that student, I would have better served the student, the family, and the other team members by engaging them in the evidence-based practice process to make a decision together. So when you're in that situation, you've been asked to do something like that, there's some steps we can take. And the first one is for teams to move through this process together, this EVP process together. So the caregivers may approach and ask you to use a specific intervention. Fine, now you have step one. You're gonna have to formulate your question. School teams should then work with families to follow the remaining steps as a team. We're gonna search and find evidence related to the request. This means going to our peer review journals, not just the internet, asking parents for whatever sources they have, critically appraising that evidence, considering your internal evidence as well, so your client data, and then considering the results as a whole and making a decision. And then when you make that decision, you have to include all three components of evidence-based practice: the client perspective, your clinical expertise, and the external and internal evidence. You make that decision, monitor for success or failure. And it's not something that is completed independently of the caregivers. You should have meetings throughout this whole process so that families, caregivers are very involved. So next, teams can ask questions while moving through the decision-making process. What is it about the intervention that has attracted the caregiver's attention? Have caregivers seen the intervention in action, and where? Do caregivers have more information or sources they can share with you? Why are they requesting the intervention? So what is it that's attracting them to that intervention, and have they considered alternatives? This collaboration is critical. In a recent due process hearing in Pennsylvania, a hearing officer who found in favor of the district declining to implement a specific intervention stated that the school district was collaborative and that they made numerous efforts to investigate the parents' preferred communication method and conducted a thorough investigation of the intervention. So that this process helped. It helped the district in due process. Not that we ever want to go there. In continuing to collaborate, teams should discuss, does the team agree on the end goal for the student? Is it to communicate independently or effectively, to learn to articulate sounds correctly, to increase vocabulary, whatever it is? A variety of interventions that may achieve the end goal should be considered. So it's possible that the caregivers don't know how you're addressing the goal. So what intervention or interventions are you using? Explain them to the parents. In addition to what the caregivers are requesting, are there any other interventions that might achieve the end goal? So they might be unaware of all their options. The SLP and other team members may also not know the full spectrum of options. So this is worth a discussion. And then a system of measurement. How will you know when things are or are not working? So the system of measurement will vary based on the goal, the intervention, but the team really does need to take data, review that data regularly, and determine if the intervention is working and progress towards that goal is being made. The system of measurement discussion should include who's taking the data. Multiple people is better for integrated reliability. What specific data are being collected, when the data are being collected. So is it daily, weekly, monthly? You need to figure that out. Where the data are collected, in what context, what settings, and how is it collected? And is everyone familiar with how to collect it? So you may have to train on the data collection method. Teams should also discuss how often they will meet to review the data. And that's very important. You need to set those meetings up. So we're going to walk through an example together, and true to form, I'm sticking with spelling to communicate today. It's an example of a request, because I'd be so happy if half of you were like, we have no idea what you're talking about, but we've seen a rise of it. So family calls a team meeting and requests that the school district begins to implement spelling to communicate with their son, John. John's an autistic high school student who is currently communicating using his iPad, so natural speech. He's 15. His transition goals target post-secondary training and employment, and as well as living in a group home. So the question here is, what's your first step? What do we do? So it should be to generate a PICO question. So just take 2 minutes, and I put the bounds on here, but see if you can write a PICO question for this situation. Okay. All right, so here's the potential PICO from that. In students with autism spectrum disorder, this implementation of S2C result in functional and independent communication compared to implementation of an iPad or natural speech. All right, so we need to engage the caregivers and start asking questions. So what is it about spelling to communicate that has attracted the caregivers' attention? Possibly they saw or heard of a success story. Why are they requesting it? Maybe they're frustrated with a lack of progress, or feel it will work for John because they heard it worked for somebody similar. Have they considered alternatives? So John's using AAC right now in the form of an iPad. Have they considered any alternative forms of AAC with the team? So you need to search and find evidence related to your question, and you want to remember to start with your internal data. So team members can share data collected on John's goals and progress. How is he doing with that iPad and natural speech right now? You also need to start searching and finding evidence related to the PICO question. So make sure you ask the family to help. Again, get some information from them. Have they seen that intervention in action, and where have they seen it? Is it possible that you can go see it? Do the caregivers have more information or sources that they can share with you that can help with the search? Can they direct you anywhere? They might even be able to direct you to a person who can then in turn direct you to more, I'm going to say research-based sources, except there's not real research on S2C to date. But you just want to start using a network. Use what you can so you can get that information. So make sure that everyone on the team is included in the search process, especially caregivers. You need to be accountable. Set up a schedule. When will you dedicate time to search? By what date will you be prepared to share what you found? Doesn't mean you're sharing your analysis of it. It just means you're sharing what you found. You might want to make a shared drive so that everyone can access it, so nothing's being kept until we're all together. So earlier I showed you some results for spelling to communicate using Google and Google Scholar and the ASHA website. And we know that a general Google search will result in many blogs, testimonials, YouTube channels, etc. On the YouTube channels, they will remove your comments. You can just trust me on that one. Here I entered the terms spelling to communicate or spelling to, T-O, communicate, or S2C, and autism through a search filter in a peer-reviewed search engine. And notice that I left everything checked, so I wasn't limiting my search to just peer-reviewed articles. So here are the results of my search. 3 returns. The first 2 returns on the result are pretty irrelevant. I opened these articles. The first one had a table labeled S2C in it, but was unrelated to the intervention for which I was searching. So it was just a table label. It had nothing to do with actual spelling to communicate. The second article had a figure labeled S2C, which was also not related to the intervention of S2C. The third result is related to spelling to communicate, but it's a brief report on a due process outcome involving the intervention and does not provide any empirical evidence for or against the intervention. So you also might be wondering about that Jaswal study I've mentioned a few times, because it does claim to lend support to agency of spelling to communicate. However, Jaswal's research never mentions S2C by name or by any of its alternative names. And it also does not appear in the article anywhere. It's also not used as an independent variable. It may be that when the team gathers, very little, if any, empirical evidence will have been located to review. The team may largely be relying on anecdotal information, expert opinion, and position statements as external evidence. In this case, the team may decide to do a search on similar interventions. So when talking about S2C, a similar intervention is facilitated communication or a rapid prompt. So a search including FC would result in empirical evidence that does not support the use of the intervention. So now it's time to appraise the evidence. So you want to make sure everyone on the team is included in the appraisal process, especially the caregivers. Keep in mind that you may need to review the appraisal process as a group first. You might also consider creating small groups. If some team members are not comfortable in working independently, consider having each source appraised by 2 different team members to see if there's agreement. And finally, you need to be accountable. Again, set up that schedule. When are you going to dedicate time to do this? By what date should you be prepared to share your analysis? I always feel guilty saying dedicate time. I know how rare SLP time is. I understand that part, I really do. Next, you want to consider the results of the appraisal and make a decision. So ASHA's DECIDE framework provides excellent questions to ask at this stage. I think they're really worth looking at. What's the main takeaway from the research evidence? Well, related to spelling to communicate, there's no empirical evidence to support or refute its use. The evidence is all bottom level, meaning it doesn't carry much weight. Do the results of external evidence tell me anything about the possible effects of the treatment or assessment approach? Anecdotal reports specific to S2C do not typically discuss any negative treatment effects. How does my internal evidence relate to the search? John hasn't used S2C, at least in school, but has been making progress on his iPad using natural speech, if you look at the internal data. And if the research is inconclusive or there is no research, have I considered research on similar populations or interventions? specific to S2C, research on similar interventions does not support the approach, and there's significant empirical evidence to refute its use. So consider your own clinical expertise and the expertise of others. My own personal experience in S2C is that it does not work. I've worked with families in the past that have been interested in it and that have even trialed it on their own. You need to consider the expertise of your fellow team members because they may differ in points of view. It's not uncommon. Clinical experts disagree on this. So, for example, Howard Shane, Jim Todd, Katie Beals, Russ Lang, Jason Travers, all experts in this area, all would say S2C is pseudoscience. In contrast, there's a therapist in Virginia who is a leading clinician in S2C. She would disagree, calls herself an S2C practitioner. Again, I'm going to say you got to do a deep dive into the background, the authority. I'm not going to discuss a specific individual, but we need to do deep dives before we just jump in and believe everything. So, what is my personal experience, knowledge, clinical and cultural competence level for this population or intervention? This is going to vary by team member. For example, I have 23 years of experience working with the autism population, and I am very fortunate to have had advanced coursework in this area when I went back to do my doctorate. The scenario doesn't provide information regarding John's cultural background, so it's going to vary. While I have expertise and knowledge related to autism, I may need to go gain some knowledge and expertise in the area of cultural competence, depending on John's background. So the same is going to be true for your team members. Everyone's going to have varying levels of experience. You need to think about that. Are there interprofessional practice considerations? In this case, yes. There are many disciplines likely to work with this student. So likely OT, psychologists, BCBAs, nursing, special and general education teachers. And these professionals are also going to have discipline-specific codes of ethics to consider. Is this approach within the scope of practice and ethical? So certainly communication is within the scope of the SLP. In fact, team members may look to you to lead this discussion because it is a proposed communication intervention. But you need to consider, is it ethical? So in terms of ethics, ASHA does not share specifics for every intervention out there. Typically, SLPs need to read the code and determine the applicable principles and rules. However, as I shared previously, S2C is considered a rebrand of FC and RPM. ASHA's website does specifically highlight principles and rules from the 2016 Code of Ethics, which I will say it's likely in the 2020, it is in the 2023 one too, but I have this screen grab, so that's why I said 2016. That should be considered in relation to this intervention. So it lists everything here. We've talked about several of these today as they are listed in the 2023 code, but this was actually specific from the ASHA website on what should an SLP do if asked to use FC or RPM. So you can see it referred to the 2016 code because the 2023 ones weren't released yet. SLPs need to obtain informed consent from persons they serve about the nature and possible risks. This obligation includes informing persons served about possible effects of not engaging in treatment or following clinical recommendations. If you have your Cs, you need to evaluate the effectiveness of service provided and shall provide services only when benefits can be reasonably expected. Shall provide accurate and complete information about the nature and management of communication disorders and about research. In reference to public statements, we need to adhere to prevailing professional norms. You should also consult with the PA Code of Ethics and the PISHA Code of Ethics. And so then you can incorporate your client's perspectives and needs. What are the needs and goals of this client? It's a good time to discuss with your team. What's the end goal? What do we agree? Do we agree on this end goal? In John's case, it might be developing independent functional communication so that he can acquire and maintain employment. Does the team agree on that end goal? Or do we need to discuss it? What are the client's priorities, preferences, and expectations? What input can you gather from caregivers if John cannot share himself? Consideration for John's cultural or linguistic background. Again, that wasn't specified in the scenario, but you would consider that for any client. And does your client have barriers or limitations to access services? So those barriers could be anything from funding limitations to transportation issues, access to therapists, etc. And then we develop a treatment plan by bringing all the components of EBP together. So what's my plan? Implement, adapt, or combine treatments. In John's case, my SLP recommendation would be to consider other interventions such as AAC. Other team members may want to trial S2C or something similar or combine it with current interventions. It's a team decision. As an SLP, that wouldn't be my recommendation based on the evidence. Going through external, internal evidence, the clinical expertise, and the client perspective. This is, again, one of those cases where you're not necessarily weighing all three equally. What is the timeline and how will I measure efficacy? This is very important to discuss. You need to talk about that system of measurement that we mentioned earlier today. The who, the what, the where, the when, the how of data collection all need to be established. And you need to communicate with caregivers and set expectations for moving forward. So how will the plan work? What are the roles and responsibilities? And when will data be reviewed? You also need to discuss reasonable accommodations for John. So this should include all team members. For John, in relation to a request for S2C, the team might consider provision of a letter board that John can access should he desire it. But based on recent due process decisions in Pennsylvania, a communication regulation partner does not need to be provided to the student. So you can provide access to the board. You don't need to provide a facilitator for that board. And then you might want to consider providing supporting AT, such as a slant board to help with placement of that of the letter board if you're going to provide access to it. You could also put an iPad on there if needed. Finally, let me switch slides here. Finally, the team needs to monitor for success or failure of the implemented practice, whether it's S2C or something else. Data collection is the key to remaining evidence-based. So if you're piloting or trialing an intervention, again, you need to have an established system of measurement, a plan to review on a regular basis. If the data are not supporting the intervention, it's time to reconsider. You set those meeting points. How long are we going to do as a team? How long are we going to try this before we decide, is this working or not? So how long until we meet and review this data? It's really important. ASHA specifically states that the code is designed to provide guidance to team members, applicants, and certified individuals as they make professional decisions. So because the code is not intended to address specific informations and is not inclusive of all possible ethical dilemmas, professionals are expected to follow the written provisions and uphold the spirit and purpose of the code. So it's not uncommon to receive requests for questionable interventions. So if you're going to be working to maintain your code of ethics when this occurs, you read the code, all your codes, read them, identify the applicable principles. These are going to vary depending on the situation. You're going to practice the code and share information as needed. So for example, Principle 1, Rule H states, and in ASHA's, states that SLPs have an obligation to inform persons served about the possible effects of not engaging in treatment or not following clinical recommendations. So if a team elects to move forward with a non-evidence-based practice, the SLP needs to make clear the opportunity cost of time and resources. Those are going to be directed elsewhere. So you are ethically obligated to share those concerns, at least put them out there. Third, if the team moves forward with an intervention that's not evidence-based practice, just as you would with an evidence-based practice, you collect data on a schedule. analyze it, meet as a team to review it, figure out what the data say. Is a change needed? Is progress being made? Keep your data so that it can be reviewed and shared as needed. And then fourth, you continue to search the evidence, appraise it, share evidence with the team, because stuff may come out after you start trialing something. So you got to keep looking. Okay. I'm going to shift to that. I just walked through that team process. I wanted to add this. I have two components that I tacked onto this. This is one of them. Evidence-based practice interventions versus interventions based on evidence-based principles. It's a mouthful, but it's important. So it's important that SLPs understand the difference between evidence-based interventions versus interventions based on evidence-based principles. So an evidence-based intervention is one that has been peer-reviewed and has empirical evidence as a whole or a package. And it shows its effectiveness at producing results, improving outcomes once it's implemented. An intervention based on evidence-based principles is one in which the intervention is either includes or is built upon evidence-based components, or has had components empirically validated, but has not as a whole package been shown to be effective by way of empirical evidence. So we're going to take a look at an example. All right, so social thinking versus peers. So peers is an evidence-based practice. It's an evidence-based intervention. It stands for the Program for the Education and Enrichment of Relational Skills. And we have social thinking, which is an intervention based on evidence-based principles. So I have links to each web page here provided on this slide. These are also on the Padlet and the Schoology page under activities. So I'm going to give you 8 minutes. Just take a few minutes, look at each website, see what you can find in terms of evidence and how the intervention is presented to the public. So hopefully you're able to look around at those websites a little bit. I'm just going to show you some information that I pulled. So if you went to the Peers website, you might have noticed a link for research at the top of the page. If you clicked on it, there's a link. You can see what they've shared. This is a screenshot of the research publications on Peers shared by their website. It's broken down by category, so the screenshot here is specific to Peers for adolescents. If you click on the article links, you're taken for several of them. You're taken to the full journal article, and the articles are offered from peer-reviewed journals. Some of the articles are also to journals that are published in languages other than English. So I'm monolingual, so that wouldn't be helpful for me. Certainly need to keep in mind that a company won't post a journal article link with negative outcomes or that reflects poorly on its intervention. So your evidence search should not end here, but it's a great place to start. Another point we're sharing is that many of the articles do look at peers as a whole intervention. So that's the independent variable. The results are providing empirical evidence in support of the peers intervention. So Peers does present itself as an evidence-based intervention on its website. I clicked on the first article link and from the abstract, I was able to note that the Peers intervention was implemented via a telehealth group and then compared to prior data collected from in-person groups. Both groups were adequate in size. The groups are not randomized. I had to read further than the abstract to learn that. I noted pre and post intervention assessments were given, so this is quasi-experimental. The source is a peer-reviewed journal. Another piece to notice is just this last author. She is the creator of Peers, but she does disclose that in the research article. So if you weren't sure how to interpret all this, you can go to the CEC quality indicators, use that as a guide, and just kind of help you decide if it's worthy information. If you went to the social thinking website, you notice links for articles and evidence at the top of the page. Hopefully you clicked on some of those links. This is a screenshot of the articles listed and shared on the Social Thinking website. One of the first things I noticed is that the authors are the creators and or are employed by Social Thinking. So Michelle Garcia Winner, Pamela Crook. Michelle Garcia Winner is obviously the creator, but they all work for the company Social Thinking. So something to consider. Again, you might have to look that up. That might not be disclosed for you. Oops, sorry. So I clicked on the first article. That screenshot is here. You can see it's a narrative discussion about why learning to ask for help is an important social skill to teach, and an important one to learn. It's published directly on their website. It's not an article that offers empirical evidence for social thinking. If you scroll further down on the website, the authors have links for related products and coursework available, either for purchase or for free viewing on their website. I went back and clicked on the evidence and then about tab and located this information on the Social Thinking website. Here you can see that the website describes social thinking as a methodology to infuse evidence-based practice, but does not call social thinking itself evidence-based practice. It also shows a graphic of evidence supporting the foundation of social thinking methodology. Oops. So I very much appreciate the statement that's shared at the top of this page. It says there are currently a handful of peer-reviewed studies, theses, and dissertations, and numerous articles, papers, and presentations related to the various components of social thinking methodology. However, these are not studies of the entire methodology. So here, the company is acknowledging the components of social thinking have been studied as opposed to the methodology in its entirety. So without stating it, the company is saying, hey, social thinking is built using evidence-based principles, but it's not EBP itself. They're not going to say that, but that's what this means. I also appreciate the breakdown of the articles. They're categorized as being peer-reviewed, theses, dissertations, related, and I think they have one that says other. So the website clearly shows which articles you can access for free and which ones require payment to access. And it's important to look at each article. For example, not every article that they list is empirical. The first two in this screenshot are actually narrative discussion articles, and the third one does employ a multiple baseline design to implement components of the social thinking curriculum. I was not able to access that article without paying, even by search engine, so I could not determine what, if any, author disclosures were made or how rigorous methodology was. I wasn't willing to pay for that. So, okay. Just a couple more examples of evidence-based practice versus intervention. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but social stories, capital S, is an evidence-based intervention. If you're doing social stories as an evidence-based intervention, you need to follow the specific protocol for writing them according to Carol Gray. That means that you follow, you include the correct types of sentences because there's different sentence types, and that you include them in the correct sentence type ratio in the story. Social stories written using that protocol are an established level of evidence for autism. Social stories lowercase s is writing the stories, but not following the specific protocol for the trademark social stories according to Carol Gray. That's what most people do. So that's an intervention based on evidence-based principles. The Picture Exchange Communication System, PECS, is following a specific protocol outlined by Bondi and Frost. In 2015, it was marked as having an emerging level of evidence for individuals with autism. In order to implement PECS, you need to be trained and you need to follow the specific protocol for each of the phases that's outlined in the manual. Most people do intervention based on evidence-based principles because they do a picture exchange system where they use picture exchange for communication without following the specific protocol outlined by Bondi and Frost. So just in case you thought you were done with mentees. Mm-mm. So here's my question. Which of these have you actually used? Okay, so this is pretty common. What we tend to get are the interventions based on evidence-based principles. And the one that doesn't surprise me at all is the social stories one. Most of us don't use Carol Gray's prescribed protocol and sentence type ratio when we're writing social stories. So not surprised, but just wanted to make sure you're aware of the difference. Sorry, I don't mean to harp on it, but I'm going to. This is why it's important to know the difference, because if somebody asks you if you're using evidence-based practice and you are in a due process or litigious situation, but you're using lowercase social stories, then no, you're not. You're using intervention based on evidence-based principles. So there is a difference. So this is part of why we need to be aware. All right, I got one more for you. Can you think of any other examples of evidence-based intervention versus interventions built on evidence-based principles? Can be professional and non-professional, doesn't matter, but can you think of any more? Cycle seems to be pretty popular here. So are we doing actual cycles or something similar? Yeah, so this is, I appreciate you sharing with this. It just really matters in terms of, I know I keep going back to this, but you need to be legally defensible. So you just need to make sure that you know the difference in what you're implementing. Okay. So I'm not going to do this 3 minutes just because we're getting low on time. And I want to make sure I can get to the last, we're almost to the end of my slide deck, amazingly. So why does it matter if we use evidence-based intervention versus those built on evidence-based principles? So it is because of the ethics, and we need to be legally defensible. So in terms of ethics, I just pulled the ASHA code here. It's not an inclusive list. It's just some of the principles from the ASHA code that might be applicable. Knowing the difference between evidence-based practice intervention and intervention based on evidence-based principles allows us to use evidence-based clinical judgment and keep the best interests of our clients in mind. Knowing the difference helps us to provide a high quality standard of care and ensures that we don't misrepresent our therapeutic approach. So that keeps us aligned with these principles in the codes of ethics. And again, you can apply this to the PISHA and PA code as well. I just only pulled one example here. Okay, so obviously not all intervention approaches used in speech language pathology have an established evidence base. Recall that evidence-based practice is a legal mandate. Therefore, when using interventions based on evidence-based principles, it's important for the SLP to be able to identify the components of the intervention that do have empirical support and to be familiar with the research literature that supports those components. If you ever are in the unfortunate position of due process, knowing the research citations or the literature supporting those components demonstrates that there is an evidence base behind your choice of approach. So for example, many of us, we use scripting or video modeling, we use reinforcement or praise, we use visual schedules as either components or strategies in our interventions. Those are all evidence-based. So you can actually cite research and references if you're using any of those. You may not be using an entire EBP package approach, but you should be able to talk about the evidence base for your individual's components, strategies, etc. Okay, and then on a complete whim last night, I was walking the dog and I was thinking, and this is what I was thinking about, and I'm so glad I added this because at lunchtime I went and looked at the parking lot and somebody had put a question about this. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm very proud of myself for thinking ahead because I can actually address this live. Let's talk about artificial intelligence and evidence-based practice. So really I'm happy that I just happened to be thinking about this. I've gotten this question in the past of just why I started thinking about last night and why I was like, I better add some slides on this. So last night, again, I'm sticking with my S2C example here. I just opened up ChatGPT and I asked the question, what research is there to support spelling to communicate? And I took screenshots of, you can tell it was an add-on, it was 9:21 at night. So I took screenshots of what it gave me and I put it up there for you. So you get a summary of the information. The little blue quotation marks, if you click on those are citations. Those are references. Several of them are ones that I've talked about today. But generally what you get here is a summary where it tells you that overall proponents of S2C are going to argue for its potential benefits, but there's a lack of rigorous scientific evidence, significant ethical concerns, etc. So it says what instead they said they recommend evidence-based AAC methods that support independent communication, which would certainly be my recommendation. So you can see like for here it works, but you don't get a lot of specific citations in there. You do have to click on the quotes. Then I decided to run it for non-speech oral motor exercises. So I have some highlighting errors here as well. So I asked ChatGPT, what does the research say on non-speech oral motor exercises? And it gave me a lengthy answer. It does say that research generally does not support the efficacy of ensomes. I would say it doesn't support. I would lose the word generally there. But you can see these two are the same, but I clicked on the quotes here. And this second quote was from Cochrane.org, non-speech oral motor treatment for children with development speech sound disorders. I went and I found that it's a good reference. However, by the same token, there's one over here. It's this second one here, the second little quote. When I clicked on the reference for that, it took me to speechpathology.com and it's 20 questions, non-speech oral motor treatments, any evidence. Well, you have to pay to access that. And that's not a scholarly resource. So you need to be really careful about using ChatGPT or artificial intelligence because you tend to get summaries, but you're not necessarily getting references that are meaningful as a part of its summary. I also asked it yesterday about interactive metronome, and it completely disagreed with its theory on that. So for interactive metronome, it was talking about how, it works on so many things. And I was like, whoa, because it's not an evidence-based practice for certain, I know we use it for parts of our field in terms of things like dysarthria and working on intelligibility for individuals who are dysarthric, but in terms of things like autism, you know, there's nothing to support its use. So you need to be really careful about artificial intelligence. I wouldn't rely on it unless you're willing to go real deep into those sources and do some digging yourself. You might as well just do the work. I will say that it's gotten a little better since November, because in November, I asked the same question. I wish I still had the screenshots, but I deleted them. I asked the same question in November. I was at ASHA with my mom. We were talking about a session we had been to, so I picked up ChatGPT and asked the same question. And at the time, it gave me like 3 sentences. So it's growing, but I think you need to be very careful about just saying, hey, you know, what's the research or what's the evidence? I think you need to be really careful about that. Again, are you going to trust your AI source as an authority? That's the question. Okay, I'm not going to open this because we're almost out of time, but I'm going to encourage you to look at the previously asked questions document. There's a few questions that I think are worth a read that have been asked before. The first one is actually on qualitative research. I didn't include that today, but I gave references in the answer about how you appraise qualitative research and hierarchies of levels of evidence for qualitative research. That's included in that document. Number 5 is about how do we keep up with all this? So I give you some suggestions for that, which goes along with number 18. How do we keep evidence-based practice process manageable as practicing SLPs? I know it's a challenge. And then number 16 gives information on how you critically evaluate a meta-analysis. And in closing, I want to share these discussion points from Lilienfeld, Marshall, Todd, and Shane in 2014. These authors were specifically talking about pushing back against facilitated communication, rapid prompt, and spelling to communicate. However, I really view these as professional responsibilities in working towards evidence-based practice with all of our students. So we need to engage in sustained educational efforts to provide long-term immunization against questionable claims regarding FAD techniques. We need to affirm the responsibility of communication disorder and mental health professionals to steadfastly serve as the first line of defense against pseudoscience by thoughtfully and temperately dissuading vulnerable parents from the perils of such practices. And we need to urge scientists in the communication disorders, psychological, and educational arenas to become more vocal in their opposition to FAD interventions of all kinds. So it's my sincerest hope that everybody who joined today honors the individuals with whom we work by continuing to commit to these professional responsibilities in the area of evidence-based practice. You can click here to access the full list of citations from today's presentation. I also have it listed in the Padlet and under the handout section on Schoology. I wanted to give you just some additional videos if you're interested in watching about EBP. All 3 of these are excellent. The first one's about 15 minutes long. The second 2 are over an hour long, but they're excellent. So the first one's a TED Talk by Russ Lang on deception, magical thinking, and pseudoscience and autism. And the latter 2 are the National Autism Conference presentations from 2022 that I've referenced by Dr. Jason Travers. They're on YouTube, they're great. I would encourage you to watch. And I get to, I think this is my last main slide here I'm going to share with you. This has been hanging in my office for about 8 or 9 years, and it's an absolute favorite of mine. So I had colleagues on here from earlier who may recognize this. It says, "You won't like me when I'm angry because I always support my argument with properly documented scholarly sources, and this is the credible Hulk." So he hangs in my office. Before I show you the survey and code information, and please know I will in a minute unshare and drop in the chat the survey link, I just want to give a quick plug for the National Autism Conference. This year, the National Autism Conference is being held at Patton Central. It's usually held at Penn State. We're taking a 1-year hiatus. We're shifting to Central. Because of that, because we can have a limited number of people on site, if you go to the Patton Events training calendar, you can register for the National Autism Conference for free as a virtual or asynchronous participant. You can earn for your SLPs extra credits for free by doing this. You do have to adhere to the timelines for surveys and whatnot, but it hasn't been offered for free before. Before I worked for Patton, I always wanted to attend it. And usually couldn't because of vacation, but it's free. And having looked at the parking lot, I know there were some questions about NLA, Gestalt language processing. I will say I intentionally did not use them as examples today for multiple reasons. I will answer the questions, but I want you to know that we have speakers coming to NAC on that topic. So please go to Patton's event calendar. You can sign up for it. I can drop a link to that registration onto the Padlet and in Schoology if that's helpful for everybody. But I would highly encourage you to take advantage of that professional development opportunity, because the committee that puts NAC together works really hard to make sure that speakers are vetted, the information's vetted, so the information you're getting is very good information. Okay. Here we go. Code is, and I will stop in a second and put this in the chat with the survey links. You can directly access it. But participants who want ASHA credit need to complete this form by 4 p.m. on May 28th. That's so that you're eligible for attendance and any and all credits. The code for today's session. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing. Let me just show you real quick. This is our, you need to contact any of us in the Patent Speech Initiative. Here we are. It's on the slide deck. I'm going to stop sharing so I can drop that link in the chat for you with the code. So give me 1 sec.
And also there was a question in the chat about ethics credit for ASHA, and I did check with the initiative lead, and she said yes, it will count for the ethics credit.
Thank you. It does, which is great because I know that those are tough to get. Oops, hold on. All right, let me drop this in the chat for you. So there is the survey link. And the code is. And I promise I will get to the parking lot questions. I also promise it won't be today. But I genuinely enjoy answering those questions because evidence is one of my favorite things to talk about. So I promise I will go through, I will answer them, and I will post them on the Padlet and in Schoology so that you can go back and look at those. Just give me like a week or so. I'm not going to want to talk about EVP for the rest of today. So I'm going to hang on in case there's any questions or people need let me just drop the survey link in again if you need it. But I really appreciate everyone attending. I appreciate your participation, the mentees today that made my life easier. And I especially appreciate you hanging on because I know there's a lot of us. And thank you to Jamie, Molly, and Chris for helping me out with the monitoring of the chat and everything today.